agenda today. To kick off our seminar, we will have a brief introduction to the Karangsambung and Kebumen region. To those of you who are participants for summer school, it's better for you to know where are you going, right? You for those of you who had never had the chance to come to Indonesia, to come to Kebumen or Karangsambung, this is the session for you. So please pay close attention to this session. To deliver this briefing, we would like to invite a lecturer of Geological Engineering Institut Teknologi Bandung. Please welcome Dr. Astika Pamumpuni STMT.
Okay, thank you, Arik. First, I will introduce myself. My name is Astika Pamumpuni, as Arik introduced me to all of you. And firstly, it's supposed to be Dr. Mirzam Abdul Rahman to deliver this introduction to Karangsambung UGG Geopark. But unfortunately, he cannot join with us today, in this morning. Then I will introduce you some brief introduction to Karangsambung and also Kebumen Global Geopark. Okay, the name Kebumen basically from Kabumian in Javanese words. Basically coming from like Kiai Bumi, which is in term of Javanese word, maybe close to Prince Bumi Dirjo. Kiai Bumi once lived in Kebumen. Kebumen or Kebumian, meaning the earth science, it symbolizes the source of knowledge of earth knowledge, geological, biological, and also cultural diversity. So the vision of the Kebumen UGG, basically to be a premier geological tourism destination in the region that inspire, preserve, and raises environmental awareness worldwide. And the mission is basically education and environmental awareness, preservation of natural heritage, and also sustainable for the ecotourism development. And we also have long history about research and basically in geology, and also we mission to be a memorable visitor experience for that will be good to Kebumen in the near futures. And also the last one is partnership and the collaborations between us and also all of scientists and also others stakeholder. Okay, next slide. So speaking of the history of the Karangsambung Geoparks or Kebumen Geopark. So basically start in Karangsambung, which is in the early before 70s, is part of the significant geological area and with the unique formations coming from the oceanic crust and also continental crust. And then in the early 70s, Karangsambung, which is part of the Kebumen Geopark, developed as National Geological Research and Education Center under the LIPI back then, and now as a BRIN, and widely used as a field camp for the particularly for the geological student. And then in the 20s and 2010 something, the initial effort to develop the Karangsambung as part of the Geopark, and then integration of the geological, biological, and also cultural heritage. And 2018, officially as recognized as a National Geopark of Indonesia. And then 2023, Karang Sambung and Kebumen as a part of UNESCO Global Geopark. So it's been like 2 years from 3 years from the officially UNESCO Global Geopark. So next slide, please. So we will, all of you maybe, or most of you will visit this geosite. So we have Melans complex in Karang Sambung, basically part of the mix from rocks from the oceanic crust and also the continental crust mixing together in Karang Sambung. And then we also have Karang Bolong area, which is most of them is karst, cave, and also volcanic rocks and volcanic geosite. And this is our campus. So there is Lokulo Karang Sambung Geological Campus, which is extent of the educational purposes for the part of the geopark. So there will be a lot of geological students that coming in along the years and in the coming years. And you guys, I think, will be staying in this campus for several days in the next future. And this campus started in 2024, and now the Karang Sambung Geological Education Foundation. And this is the part of the BRIN, which is the campus of the research, mainly for the research. Starting in 70s, like the previous information, but this one is right now is modernized by, I think it's 2023 something. And you will also visit this area. I think this some quick brief information for you about the geological things in Karang Sambung and Kebumen area. And we welcome you to Karang Sambung and Kebumen. So see you in Kebumen and have a good and enjoyable summer school then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mastiko, for the briefing. So for those of you or the summer school participant, you now have some picture of where are you staying and where are you going in May 6th to May 12th. And spoiler, a bit of spoiler, we have a packed and exciting journey in May 6th to May 12th. So we are very excited to welcome you in Kebumen. All right, we will now move on to our first main seminar session titled Geoconservation in Practice, the Case of Batur UNESCO Global Geopark. To guide us through this topic, I would like to introduce our first speaker of the day, Mr. Ida Bagus Oka Agastya ST M.M.B. He is a geologist and disaster risk management specialist with over 8 years of experience and currently serves as a geoscientist of the Batur UNESCO Global Geopark. Without further ado, to Mr. Ida Bagus Oka Agastya, you may start your presentation.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, good morning, everybody. Nice to meet you, everyone, like in Ilmi Panigoro room also, and everyone in the online Zoom meetings. And this morning, I want to introduce and explain you about the one of the 12 geopark in Indonesia that called named Batur UNESCO Global Geopark that's located in Bali Island. So I hopefully you can visit also in Bali after you going to Kebumen. And thank you so much for the committee that invite me to explain more about the geoconservation initiative that we have done in Batur. But I think uh, every geopark they have a method or methodology to doing geoconservation, right? Uh, it depend on the characteristic of the geology geoheritage in their geopark. So this is our one of the geosite we have, the volcano Batur that located in Bangli Regency in the north part of Bali Island. So yeah, firstly, let me introduce myself. I'm Oka. I'm from Bali. I work in the Geopark. Start in 2019, and before that, I worked with the geology in some of geological consultant and also work in the uh, some of geology in the oil and gas industry before that. And I have a geological degree in Universitas Yogyakarta and also have a master degree in disaster risk management in the University of Veteran National Yogyakarta. So I think we have 60 minutes. It's a long journey, but I hope I can done this presentation in 50 minutes so we can discuss a lot more, and I hopefully you can ask many things about how we can done the geoconservation or anything else in the geopark, especially in Batur. I hope so. And we have a six outline presentation. So the firstly, we want to uh, explain about the Batur Geopark history, the first geopark in Indonesia, what the challenges and opportunity that we have. And the second, we talk about the geological history and geoheritage in the Batur Geopark. And the third, we talk about the geopark development. So what we have done in the geopark, the success story and the challenges we have. And the four, we talking about the main theme of the geoconservation concept we have in the Batur Geopark. And the fifth, we're talking about the geotourism and geotrail. So of course, we need to talk about the geotourism if we talk about the geopark. And the sixth is the closing remarks. Okay, the firstly, I want to explain more about the history of Batur Geopark. I think it's a long journey about the geopark because uh, we, everyone know about the Bali. Bali is one of the paradise island. We our economy depend on the tourism sector, but before geopark or before 2000, we don't know what is a geopark because I think the geopark concept is a development in 2004 or late in the Europe. And the geotourism initiative was began discussing by the Indonesia Geological Association in 2000, and they have talking about to initiate some geopark in Indonesia. And 2008 is a start of the preliminary study. So I heard not only Batur, but the first area that have pushed to be a geopark is Gunung Sewu and also the Rinjani. the first initiative was pushed. But in 2009, because our Ministry of um, Tourism or Ministry of the what called in Indonesia SDM, or the ministry in the area of the geological things and mineral resource. It was Jero Wacik that he is from the Batur, is from Bali, so he want to forward the push the Batur to become a geopark. And 2009, the firstly submission to GGN. So before Geopark, UNESCO Global Geopark, the first the Geopark is called the Global Geopark Network. It's a another part, or they don't have uh, what is it, a rebranding to become UNESCO. So we call it a Global Geopark. So after the July 2010, we become a national geopark because the first thing we need to do is to become a national geopark before the global geopark. And 2011, the GGN, the committee that have the geopark initiative in Europe, the Global Geopark Network, have suspension the Batur because we we have a problem within the management. So if you want to become a geopark or UNESCO Global Geopark, you need a four criteria. One of them is the management. So we need to make a management to establish a global geopark. And officially, September 2012, we officially become a Batur Global Geopark. And so on, after 2015, the Global Geopark have been adopted by UNESCO from the IGCP program. So the name was rebranding to become UNESCO Global Geopark. So Batur to be established to be a Batur UNESCO Global Geopark is 2015. And January 2016, we have a effective management body. So we have a good regulation. We have a support by the local government, which in the Bangli Regency. So we have a dedicated management working effectively to manage our geopark start in 2016. So it's a long journey because Batur is the first geopark in Indonesia before we have a good presidency regulation in 2019. So it was a struggling process to do a geopark in Indonesia before that. And until now, we have a three-time revalidation, and good things. We have three green card for the three revalidation, but we have also a good experience for that. So I can tell you more. Okay, so this is the criteria I talked before. So let me see in the left side of, sorry, pointer. Okay, so let me in the left side. So what is a geopark in the term of UNESCO now? So geopark is not just protected area, and geopark is not just a natural park and also the national park. So geopark is an area that have a soul of sustainable development. So we have a protected area in there, but we don't um, limited to develop because we need to make people living in the geopark that a good sustain economy from the Geopark initiative. So why we need four criteria that we can see in the right side. So the firstly and the fundamentally is geological heritage. Because if you talk about the Geopark, the 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 important thing is that we need to have a geological heritage. And the second is, I said before, the management. So we need the management, we need the like a geoscientist, we need the general manager, we need every division to manage the geopark effectively and push the program in the geopark. And the third, also the first, the important is the feasibility. So if you going to Kebumen in this program, you see the information center, you see the information panel that talk that write about the Kebumen UNESCO Global Geopark, or if you arrive in the airport or in the um, public facility in there, uh, you can see the information of the geopark. It's the about the feasibility. It's a yeah, it's it's a part of doing a branding in a geopark. And the fourth, and also the important is a networking. So why we need to like uh why we need to make like a collaboration. So also we need to make a geopark partner in every stakeholder in our geopark or outside our geopark is a part of networking. So this is the important thing about the UNESCO criteria about the geopark. So next we talking about the third thing, a third pillar that geopark also have, and the motto, yeah, the quotes of the philosophy geopark is the preserving the earth and prospering the community. So like I said before, geopark is a concept of sustainable regional development. So we have a protected area, we have also the development area. So we have the earth heritage that which is the geological diversity, biodiversity, and cultural diversity. This is the part of geopark have uh, the earth heritage, the geo, bio, and cultural. It's the yeah, the value that we can um, having in the geopark. And of course, like in Batur, in Bali, before Geopark, we have also the philosophy, the old philosophy that call it Hitri Hitakarana, the philosophy to be balanced life of uh, community in Bali. So like we how we manage our relation to the God, to the environment, to the earth, and also for the human to human. So this is the part of balancing. I think it's a good example because every geopark in Indonesia, before geopark, they have a traditional values or yeah, traditional values that maintain how the relationship within the among the human and the God and also the nature itself. So geopark is a added value to them, like in Batur. And also the three pillar, the important pillar we have, and also the part of what we doing in the geopark, it's we have education, conservation, and economy. So this is the three KPI we have to do program in the Geopark. Okay, next. Okay, we move to our area. So this is our Geopark. Like you see in the left side, this is our map. Our Geopark is a small, I think the small Geopark delineation in the world, because we just only in one district, just a 3, 6, and 6.5, 8.4 kilometer square. And this years we going to expand our delineation to the north area. So this year we changed our management body from the from we have another 3 area village and 3 districts in this years. And if we talk about the UNESCO initiative UNESCO initiative, we don't just have UNESCO Global Geopark, but we have another designation from UNESCO. The first is the World Cultural Heritage Subak, that located in the Jatiluwih and in the north part area of Bali. So if you going to Bali and see what I call it the terrace ring in the rice field, it's a part of the Subak World Cultural Heritage. And also we have World Cultural Heritage, the Ulun Danu Batur Temple. This is also the part of the Subak itself, but it's about the um, the cultural uh, that maintain the prosperity about the water. And the third, we have the Baris dance. It's a part of intangible cultural heritage. So in our geopark, we have overlapping with another UNESCO designation. It's a good thing, because we have a good a point that and maintain, regulate in our UNESCO designation. Okay, like the 4 criteria that we talked before, we have the geopark management. So I said before, because we change or we expand our delineation. So now, because we have uh, two regency, so the geopark management was taken by the governor. So why we change our uh, SK, or the management body, now become the Bali Javanna Degree number blah blah blah, and concerning the management of Batur UNESCO Global Geopark for 2026 until 2031. So like you said, like I said, we have the management. So we have also the part of any division that maintaining the program in the geopark. So this is the important. Our resources, if you asking about the resources of the program or money from the geopark, it's come from the governor or from the provincial program. So this is a good things, because we have a we can sustain our management in the future. Okay, so is that about the Batur Geopark story? And now we move to the geological history and geoheritage in the Batur Geopark. I think it's a mm, yeah, it's a good uh, explanation if you are part of you have a background in geology, and also it's a good things if you also in other background. And this is this is time to learn about the uh, a little bit geological history of Bali. Okay, as if you want to tell about the Batur, maybe we can little bit start from the um, the development of the Bali itself. So, like you see in the map, in the red square, the Bali is a young volcanic island because it's itself is was formed in the Oligocene or Oligocene, which is in 30 and 15 million years ago. So relatively very young if you compare with in the Java or you visit in the Karang Sambung, it's a lot old rocks in there. But Bali is very young, so we depend on the subduction zone from the Eurasian plate and the Indo-Australian plate. So we have subduction here. So we built by the oceanic volcano and form and become the volcanic island like now. And we have this map, the geological map from the Pak Purbo Hardiwijoyo in 1989. So this is our geological map of Bali. It's a simply but uh, yeah was built by many volcanic activity from the Oligocene until now. The young volcano, we have two active volcano in Bali, also the Batur itself and the Agung volcano was the last eruption in 2017, if you heard. And if we compare with the geological regional stratigraphy, our geopark just only have a limited story from the Holocene era. So from the Batur caldera eruption until the young Batur volcanic eruption. So we have a little bit geological history if we compare another geopark in Indonesia. And we move to Batur. So the our geodiversity is formed by the volcanic uh, activity that happened in the past and also uh, recently now in the Batur. Like the first, we have eruption, the big eruption that formed the caldera in 2009, 29,300 before present. So the all eruption was going to the south area. If we call it the Ignimbrite Ubud. So we have a lot pyroclastic fall flows that go into the south area of Bali. And after that, the second caldera was formed also in the inner part of the caldera 1 or the first caldera. So like you see in the left and in the right side in below. So this is the caldera 2. This is the caldera 1. So the caldera in the caldera. So formed in the 20,000 before present and going to the south also. And the particle or the product we call it the Ignimbrite Gunung Kawi. It's depend on the previous research by the Pak Igan Sutawijaya. So after we have the second caldera eruption in 5,500, we have a big eruption. We call it the Plinian eruption from the young Batur. So the young Batur was formed in the inner part of the caldera too in this area. So we have the big eruption and the volcanic index depend on 4 until 5 VAI. So this come from the previous research by our colleagues in the UGM. And after that, we have a lot effusive eruption. So we have a lot of lava fill or lava flow, like you see in the central part of this picture. So we have a lot eruption from the lava from the Mount Batur, from the crater 1, from the craters 2, and from the crater 3 in here. So we call this area is a black lava area. So this is a part of our geosite also. So it's a short geological history of the Batur, but from the geological diversity, we making them to become our geoheritage. So we have a lot of like a geological story and also the geodiversity that related to the cultural diversity like this, the Ignimbrite Ubud or also Ignimbrite Gunung Kawi was formed by uh, our ancestor to become a rock sculpture to be it's called a sarcophagus. It's just like what the coffin, yeah, the rock coffin previous used by our ancestor to bury I think the the king or some things like a famous person that happened in there. So they coffin in here, and also the ignimbrite used by the local people in Bali to become a temple or also become a like structure in their home. So it's the cultural diversity that have by the geological diversity form. And the next, so after we have the geodiversity, not all of our all geodiversity to become a geosite. So we need to choices, and after choices by our previous researchers, we have a 21 geosite in Batur. The 21 geosites, it's located in inner part of caldera. So I think we have opportunity also the another geosite in outside the caldera. Like I said before, we want to expand in the north area, but uh, previously we have a 21 geosite like the caldera 1 and the caldera 2. And we have also the Lake Batur in the 21, the number 21. And the lava flows or the lava fill is also the part of our geosite. So we have a 21 geosite in Geopark Batur from the volcanic history. So this is the photo. I can move. So this is also the geosite in crater 3, Mount Batur. So this is the active crater now. And also every in the geosite we have a panel site like this. So this is the panel that explain about the geological history about this site. And this is our lava field that before Geopark, like like we see in the this picture, was broken by the mining activity. So before Geopark. So after Geopark, we preserve it by the our regulation, and so now we don't have any mining or rock mining activity in this location. And um, after we have the geodiversity, so we can move to the cultural diversity. So this is our cultural diversity from the geopark area. We have the temple, of course, because all of the sacred place in the geopark is sometimes become a temple, and the product from the temple come from the rocks like a lava or the ignimbrite, like I said. So we have also the Trojan traditional cemetery is a unique cultural diversity. So we not buried the no, we not buried, but we just move the body of the dead people in this area, and we making a bamboo um we making a bamboo like this, like in the picture. But the good thing is we don't smell the the body from the dead, but because we have a trunyan, a tree that cover it, the smell. So it's a uniqueness, also the sacred place. And rock sculpture, like I said, yeah, from the paras or the ignimbrite. So the ignimbrite in the local name is call it paras. So we can sculpture the rocks. And we have a barong brutuk from the Tronian village is the traditional dance. Uh, the mask come from the uh, coconut tree, sculpture by the uh, local people in there, and what yeah, this is come also from the banana leaf used to make this custom. And we have a lot temple, so I think half of our cultural diversity is a temple, because sometimes temple is the sacred place, but sometimes it's like the monument for yeah to remind some things like in traditional people in there, and also the Baristan, of course. And we move to this is the story, but we also the traditional activity, we call it the Ngusaba Kedasa. Is like a traditional ceremony to to remind our local people about uh, to maintaining the be of to maintaining the concept of Trihita Karana. So because we have a good agriculture fertility, we have a good uh, soil condition, or we have a lot good things we have. So we need to offering some things like we call it yatnya, so sincere holy offering. We doing every in the Musabah Kedasa is I think it's every year happening in the Batur. So also we have local features. This is the part of the local champion in Geopark because if we're talking about Geopark, our firstly we meet is the local villagers like Jero Gede Batur Duuran. So it is I think a famous people and also the the apa ya, the good figures. So we're talking about the Geopark and he talking to the people with our with their language in the traditional. It's a good part of to do dissemination about Geopark, starting from the local feature. And of course, I think it's everyone like. I think if you like a dog, we have a, a special one. We call it the Kintamani dog. This is the dog. So Kintamani dog is also um, the our mascot in the Geopark, and this is part of the example of the mixing story between China and the Balinese people in the past. So because the what I call it, the in the past, people in China doing barter or some things in the economy in the era the I forget what times, but they're doing some um economic activity. So they bring the dogs, the chocho, to the Kintamani, and of course after that they uh meet with the local dogs in the Bali, and we have the mixing dog. We call it the Kintamani dog. So we have appearance like a chocho and also appearance like the local dogs. And we have a lot Kintamani dogs in Kintamani. And after that, also we have biodiversity come from the fruits like orange Kintamani. We have also coffee Kintamani and tomatoes, and we have another biodiversity come from the tree like ampupu, pinus, edelweiss. We have a lot because we part of highland in the Bali. So this is the biodiversity, but I think we have a lot. If you come in here, we can see in Kintaman. And we move to the third part. So in the third part, I want to show you about the what we develop in the Batur. So the first we have a volcanoes museum or the Batur Geopark Museum. The museum was established in 2007. So before the Geopark Museum, it was a Batur Volcano Museum. So established by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Republic of Indonesia. So and also managed by the PPSDM Geominerba now. So we can, if you want to see a lot of information about the Geopark, you can go here. And from here, we have three area, geodiversity area, biodiversity area, and also the cultural diversity area. A lot of information about Geopark, of course, but sometimes the information globally in the Bali, also in Indonesia. So firstly, you can visit here if you want to going to Geopark Batur. So this is the activity we're doing with collaboration with the PPSDM Geominerba, like doing a training to the guide, also to the local people about the volcanic risk in the COVID era in 2020. And in the community empowerment, so after Batur established become a geopark, it's a lot of change happen in Kintamani and also driven by the COVID-19 because uh, the 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 era of tourism was changed after COVID, right? A lot of people like local and also the overseas want to okay, want to come to the nature because we need a fresh air. We need to a good psychology. So we need to visit the nature. So Kintamani driving a lot of change by the COVID post era. So we have a lot of homestay and we have a lot of coffee shop what established after the COVID. And we have a lot of activity like trail run, geotrekking, of course. We have um, event uh, that work by the Geopark, also by the partner of Geopark. And the community empowerment, we have a lot of education activity, like we see in third, the third pillar. The education was the part of what we doing activity in Batur or in Geopark, like this. So we want to change our mindset of our local people before Geopark. There was a sand mine or the rock mine, and we explain about the geopark. We explain also about the geo tourism activities that we can do in the geopark. So a lot things change after that, and we have make the Glagalinga forest community. So we have doing a forest bathing tourism or to make a new experience to visit the forest in the geopark and a lot things like this also with the BPBD or with the local disaster management body in the Bangli. So we collaborate within BPBD Bangli to explain about the disaster risk in the geopark and also maintaining the health the health of the local people in the program. After the community empowerment, we have also the infrastructures. So this is the part of feasibility we develop in Geopark. Uh, the funding come from the local government, but I think a lot funding come from the central government, from the ministry funding, also from the in Indonesia we call it DAK, dana alokasi khusus, or dana alokasi khusus that come from the many ministry with some ministry like tourism ministry to making like this viewpoint in the Penelokan area and the visibility the we call it Gapura, the Mount Batur climbing gate, and also changing the traditional market before this is all very traditional and changing now to become a modernist, little bit modern, but still have a Balinese or also the local features in there. And we have the amphitheater in the Segara Ulundanu Batur Temple. So this is the part of the activity, cultural activity doing by the local people in Batur, also by the visitors to see the uh, traditional dance in here. And viewpoint, we have a lot of viewpoint, like the Anjungan, Penelokan, and also another area view view tower to see the lava flows in the Geosite 1988. View tower shooter, so located in near of Gunung Abang to see the Lake of Batur. So viewpoint, we have a lot of viewpoint in Batur. And hiking center, and we also develop a totem geosite, and we have a central coffee development. So this is um, the the development office to to make activity like a job coffee plantation and anything else. Okay. And also from the tourism development, this is the number of visitors uh, visit in the Batur Geopark. We have a lot in 2019, but decrease strongly in the pandemic era in 2020, 2021, of course, very damaged by the COVID. And after that, we have a exponential going increase again. Until now, we have a lot visitors in 2024. We have yeah, until 50,000 visitors uh, going to Batur, and we have revenue from the retribution, like you see in the right side, until 25 until 10 billion rupiah after the COVID-19. So this is from the tourism development. And the agriculture development. So like you see, we have also Kintamani orange, coffee, the vegetables like red onion, big chili. We have a lot increase, but I think we have a trend that every year's going down because some of area we have challenges within the climate change. So we have struggling with the resources because we in the highest area, so we depend our water resources depend on the lake Batur. So it's a very struggling to our farmer because the climate change. So this is the problem we need to tackle in the future. Okay, we move to another success story. So accommodation, we have a lot developed accommodation. We have a camping site like this. Also, we have a glamour camping, glamping, and yeah, like this. So the families or our friends, you visiting here, doing yeah, one night stay in Batur, enjoying the sunrise and yeah, doing a lot activities like a trekking or the cycling activities Batur. And we have a growth of coffee shop, a lot coffee shop. If you go to Kintamani, a lot coffee shop that serve the coffee Kintamani. And from that, so every years we doing like SDGs report, and we collaborate with I forgot the university that maintain this report. So from that, I think we just only quite sustainable because we have a lot things we need to do. So we have rencana evaluasi every years to do bring our SDGs report more good or more sustainable. So this, and like I said, every geopark in every 4 years they doing revalidation. So Batur we have a three time experience revalidation in the 2016, 2022, and also the last in 2024. Unfortunately, because the COVID-19, we have revalidation in 2020, but changed to 2022 because the COVID-19. So every revalidation we have a recommendation. So the recommendation is part of important things. It's a reference to the geopark management to focus on the future to be improved or development. So like we see in the left side, this is the Zoom meeting in the committee of Geopark. We in 2022 we have a progress seven recommendation. One of them is related to the natural hazard or the DRR, disaster risk management. And after they're all achieved by us, and 2024, we have just three recommendation we need to achieve in 2028 in in 2 years in the future. That related about the feasibility, education, and site maintenance. So why we need to maintain this? Because like our problem is growing tourism is growing risk. So all of area we have, the geosite is have a risk to local people, also to the tourists. So we need to maintain this recommendation. So every geopark, I think they have a recommendation every revalidation. So this is the important part that we can focus to develop in the geopark. So like this, in the past, we have focused to DRR, disaster risk management. So we developed some of idea or program that related to DRR, like a geotrail or geotourism activity, or enhance our education material in the Batur Volcano Museum. And also this is what we doing this year. So we reviving the collective memory through Geopark. So we celebrate our the last biggest eruption in 2006 in Batur. So we call it 100 tahun Rarut Batur, or 100 years of Rarut Batur. So this is the eruption. Uh, so before the eruption, there was a village that called Batur. So after the eruption, the village was buried by the lava flows. But but just only one person die, become a victim, uh, be, just because the heart attack, not just by the lava flows. And 1,000 people live in Batur. They move to the upper part of area. So why we call it Rarut? Rarut is means like evacuation activity. So Rarut Batur is mean evacuation Batur. So this year we uh, we celebrate to remain this. This is the part of collective memory we reviving from the Geopark program. And this is the program we have with also our colleagues in the doctoral student in Kyoto University. So we make like games, card games. We call it the crossroad game. So some of our visitors, our people was have difficult to make a decision if disaster happened. So these games doing to tackle that. So from the geotourism, we changed it to the crossroad card game. So we have a question like to be some like this is question to be tour guide or tour leaders. We have a problem, the eruption, blah 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 blah, and the question is what you want to stop the tour or yes or no is depend on what you have decision. So it's by your experience, by your thoughts. It's a good games we develop. And the fourth, okay, is the I think the main question of this seminar, the webinars, the geoconservation concept in Batur Geopark. So, what is geoconservation concept in the Batur? So we want to aim or maintain care for ensure the sustainability of geological heritage in our area in Geopark. But I think not only Geopark because we have a lot of geological heritage that uh, not now establish a geopark. So of course we need to geoconservation that. So it's a was geoheritage has been recognized by the state or by the society. This concept is a concept we get in our geopark in the Batur. I think in another geopark they have another concept. So we have a four thing that we do for the conservation. The firstly is geoconservation based on cultural and local wisdom. The second is the based on education, and the third is based on infrastructure and based on regulation. Okay, we move to the local context or the cultural and local wisdom. If you going to Bali, I think it's commonly you see rocks or tree that have a cloth or fabric like this or like this. Now, this is part of the local wisdom because in the Bali, some of rocks, some of tree that have soul, they have a spiritual soul. So this is part of sacred place, and so they doing taking a fabric or cloth in the sacred area like this in the Geosite lava 1963 and also in the Geofeatures lava tube in Geosite lava 1888. So like this. But it's a good thing. It's a part of conservation based on the local belief or local wisdom. So like this is protecting the geological site because this is part of sacred place in that area. And also because this is a sacred place, because believing by the local people, this place is the place for the meditation, and also for they believe in the lava tube live the sacred dragon, believed by the Toyabungkah community. So it's a good example because this is doing by the local wisdom. Next, so this is by the by based on education. Like we see before, we see the community that have worked in the sand mining and also in rock mining activity like this. So we give them the education, the training activity to become a tour guide, Batur guide, and also the Geopark guide, and also destination management, because some of Geosite also can manage by the manager sites like them. And the good example is after 2015, the mining area that located in the north part of Batur was decreased and changing to become a farming area activity, and also become some of site, not official site, but visit by the visitor, also by the tourists, uh, and tell the story by the tour guide we have training before. So this is a good example. By the education, we can change the mindset of the people to from the extraction to become the conservation activity like this. This is one of a good thing. Oh, okay. This third, by the infrastructure. So we have a problem within the visitors. Sometimes we have a good visitor, but sometimes we have bad visitors. So we have a Trunyan cemetery, but some of the tourists sometimes they taking the school, the head school, and taking a photo with them, but it is not, I think, wise. So we make the panel information like this and also like this to inform the tourists about what do and done allowing when visiting this site. So this is the first the example for infrastructure. And maybe sometimes in another geopark, they doing or they making some of like bridge or like uh, wall site to maintain the visitors. And the last is the regulation, of course, because okay, we have 5 minutes. Thank you. Yes. Okay, we have the last also the regulation. This is a part things if you want to protect your geosite, you need to have a good regulation, and this is the part of example we have. The regulation come from the our uh, this is from the our region in Bangli. But we have a lot of thing we do because we'll still lack of KCAG document, or the we call it the Kawasan Cagar Alam Geologi. What is it? The yeah, regulation that still progress now. So we need this to uh, to protecting better our area. Okay, this is the last, I think, geotourism geotrail. We have called it the Wingkangranu geotrails, that geotrail located in the lake. So you use the speedboat or the canoe like this, truck doing a 10 site. So we call it Wingkangranu because connected the all of village that located in the near of Lake Batur. And also we have the trekking, the Mount Batur trekking. We have a lot of route, but the common route is located in here in the P3GB post, also our office in here. And we have a Batur eruption geotrail Batur 1926. This is the geotrail we developed to remain the eruption of Batur in 1926. And the last the closing remarks I want to remind you guys. It's after our experience in Batur, I think Batur or Geopark is a catalyst that reconnect human and nature, because sometimes some of people like in the outside of Southeast Asia or in Europe, they have uh, they have a gap within the human and natures, but in the geopark, it's a catalyst to reconnect again. And for sustainability, the geopark, we need to local community involvement, of course, because the involvement of them within the geotourism, they can have the economy benefit because they have yeah, the economy, so they have a will to conserve and also maintaining the disaster risk in there. So this is the loop to sustainability, the geoheritage in geopark. But I think we can bold in from this first seminar is the best conservation is to recognize and bring the value of the earth heritage closer to the people and tourists. I think that the closing remark I can give you for this morning. Thank you so much for everyone. I giving back to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Oka, for your presentation regarding Batur Geopark Conservation. And now we open a 30 minutes Q&A session. For the participants, if you have a question, you may use the raise hand feature on your Zoom and turn on your microphone when called upon, or you may type your question directly in the chat box. Okay, we open the Q&A session. Is there anyone who want to ask a question? You may raise your hand or type your questions in the chat box. Okay, we have one question in the chat box. Let me read it. Okay. All right, from Putih Iskandar from UNS. Thank you, Mr. Oka, for the very informative material. It expands my knowledge. I want to ask about this one. During your career as a geologist, what discovery do you find that is most interesting? Thank you. Okay, so the question is about being a geologist. You may answer the question, Pak Oka.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Mbak or Mas Putih Iskandar from UNS. It's a good question because before Geopark, I work in the oil and gas industry. And 2019, I changed my background doing a geoscientist in the Geopark. The first thing I learned in the Batur, I think, is geology. Sometimes not talking about the rocks, but sometimes we can expand our thoughts talking about the cultural and sometimes talking about the biodiversity and sometimes talking about the economic product. So what I have learned is the geology in the geopark is a multidisciplinary knowledge we need. So if you have learn about the economy in your major or in in their study now, I think it's a good because it's a one of thing we need if you want to develop some of program in Geopark. Like like we make a geotourism or geotrail, like in the our presentation. Um, we made based on the geological and the cultural concept, but we need to trial the geotrail itself. We need to selling the concept to the tourists. How much we can sell the geotrail commonly, and so after we can reset that, so we can distribute to our local guide. So I think it's a lot of changing about knowledge, geological knowledge, I think. So the most important thing is if you want to work in the geopark, uh, you you need to changing your mindset from your just not only one background but multidisciplinary. So we need to learn a lot of another thing uh, to support our work in the geopark. I think it's uh, this the first interesting discovery I have in the geopark Batur. I hopefully I that can answer your question, Mbak Putih.
Okay, from Babuti, is there any follow-up questions? Okay. Okay, so I think it is great and enough for Baputi. Thank you for the question. And uh, next we have from the Zoom meeting, Muhammad Magantistaki from ITB. You just raise your hand. You may turn on your microphone to ask the question.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Oka, for your presentation. My name is Muhammad Magantistaki. I'm from ITB, master student. Honestly, it is very interesting to see Bali being able to collaborate between local tourism and geopark concept. From your explain before on your last chapter or on your last uh, on your last presentation, considering the complexity of managing Geopark Batur, I just want to know what are the main challenge in balancing geoconservation, tourism development, and local wisdom in that area, and how you as a geologist who run this Geopark can overcome these challenges. Thank you, Mas Oka.
Yeah, thank you, Mas Muhammad, for your question. Yeah, I think it's a good question also. I the most challenging, I think, from our experience in Batur, it's I think the political will of our local government because it's mostly affected to our management because the politic sometimes in the in the local governments is um, yeah maybe we can have a lot of difficult to make a good program if our leaders in the local governments they don't have a good will to make a geopark better. So the example like in the 2022 because 2022 or 24 the after the election the new region in Bangli we have affected our funding of the Geopark was affected because the firstly he think Geopark is not not important lah. So they do another program in the region in the Regency in Bangli, and after this is we need to talking with our leaders. So the yeah the our GM, the general manager, is Pak Gobang, Mr. Gobang, Wayan Gobang. So we we yeah we we meet our region. We talking about the important thing of the Geopark, and Geopark also part of the good idea to making a sustainable development in Bangli. So from good communication and the good meeting, our region changing the mind and giving back the funding to us in 2004 or 2024 and 2025. So after that, we have a good funding or good management again. So we can make a program or we can make a collaboration within our another partner in the Geopark. And from that experience, so I think not just only geologists, also us, our whole management, we need to maintain our collaboration with the local government because all of funding come from the governments. Like now, we have a maintenance our uh, elaboration or collaboration within the two region in the Bangli, also in the Buleleng. So we need to meng-OTG kan atau menularkan konsep of geopark to the region of Buleleng. So this is our challenging now, but I think it's because we have this experience, it's a good I think we don't have the problem like that. And of course, this is because support by the good regulation by the central government because we have the presidential regulation in 2019. So all of Geopark like Batur also have a good established more now after that condition. Okay, I hopefully answer the question, Mas Muhammad.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you,
Prof.
Mas Oka, for your answer.
Okay, it seems like there are no follow-up questions. Thank you, Mr. Oka. And we have another question just got in the chat box. This is from Eddie from Kebumen Geopark Youth Forum. He said, I have a question about the management of Batur Geopark. In the case of the Kebumen Geopark, the Kebumen Geopark Youth Forum faces a problem. Many members are busy with work or university commitments, resulting in many work programs being delayed. The question is, how can the Batur Geopark management align its members to ensure the success of Geopark programs, especially those related to local events?
Okay, it's a good question, and also I think the one the challenges have in the geopark is the youth, I think, because um it's a paradox we have in Bali. All of our young people, young and youth that live in a higher land like a Kintamani, Buleleng, or in the north area of Bali. They won't work in the south area. They won't work in the tourism sectors or sector that related also the tourism, and make in the Kintamani we have a lack of youth uh, to do a program in the geopark. Yeah, we have a youth. We have also Batur IGF, yeah, Youth Geopark Forum, but just maintained by the our senior high school in the Kintamani, SMA 1 Kintamani. So we have challenges to work with the youth because we have a lot of them. But um, if the question is about how to success the program in Geopark, we have a lot learned from the Geopark Rinjani. Uh, yeah, Geopark Rinjani management because what I said in Indonesia we can like we can rembuk if we have a one program we have a some program in Geopark we we make the committee not just only from the one of division but all of division rembuk or collaborate to taking this program work. So this is come from the concept in the Rinjani Geopark management. So we taking uh, in the Batur. So if we have a program like a Geopark goes to school, or the last is the festival Batur literacy, we work with all of our member, not just only for the education division, but also all of our Geopark member work together to taking this program. So this is the one of we can do to to maintain the program success. And if the question is related to youth, it's I think it's commonly right now. I think the organization like youth they have a problem within the maintain sustaining the activities. I also the part of You Inspire Indonesia is a youth and young professional in the DRR and climate change. We have 200 members, but we have uh, just only active just uh, uh, 20 20 until 30 members actively doing a program. So it's a commonly, I think, it's okay for for youth to have a lot of things to do in the university or also in the work. But I think it's important thing we need to remind is that the commitment. If you have joined your organization or join our like a program in the Geopark, I think you need to commit to get done the program that you have uh, starting. So I think it's important. So this is the part of your experience to taking your job in the future, I think. So the commitment is the first thing we need to maintain the program. So I hopefully can answer Mas Edi. And if you have any question, let connect with me in anything like WhatsApp or Instagram. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mas Oka, for the answer. It seems like Mas Edi is also satisfied for the answer. Mas Edi, you can contact Mas Oka if you have any further question or you want to collaborate between Mas Oka's management body, maybe with the Kebumen Youth organization. Okay, is there any other questions from the participants? You can. We still have time for the Q&A session. You can raise your hand in Zoom or type your question directly in the chat box. If not, I have a question. Okay, it seems like the participant is still thinking, Masoka. So I have a question. So you mentioned about the government and the local role in developing the Batur Geopark. So my question is, what about the private sector and the local university? What's their role? Is there like a big portion of the role in developing the Batur Geopark?
Okay, thank you. Your question, Mas. Okay, let me start from the local university in the Bali. Yeah, uh, unfortunately, we don't have the major earth science majors in Bali. So we have a big university like Udayana and the swasta or the private. We have uh, Warmadewa, a lot of university in Bali, but they don't have earth science majors. So it's a problem because if you want to research about the geology or earth science things, we need collaboration with you, like in ATB or UGM, also a lot of like Undip have a program also in the Batur. So why we open collaboration with all Geopark partner, all university to do uh, research or to do some community development in the Geopark, because Geopark is a living laboratory. So we push uh, that because we have also the limited of resource about the research. And the good thing is, yeah, like Udayana, they have also another program like FMIPA. So they do like agriculture research or water resources research, also like informatic research, doing making digital twin of our geopark is a part of collaboration with the local university. But don't have the earth science. And the private sectors, uh, after the a good establish of our management, we have a program within the private sectors like with Danone for maintain our lake problem in Lake Batur, because our lake is the one of the priority lake by the central government. So we have a support by Danone and also by Pertamina. We have a program to maintain the forest bathing activity, like in the previous presentation. And of course, the local private sectors like the coffee shop, the glamping, the hotel, we maintain them to support our program, like making geopark literacy program support by the some of the coffee shop. And in this year program, we have also the geoconservation program support by the hotel or glamping in Batur to make some panel site. So the panel set we have support by them. So we just need the content and the material support by them. So this is the part of private sector support can support. But I think a lot things can do, because if you want to good example, you can see lots of good private sector partner like in the Maros Pangkep uh, Geopark. They have also support by the I forget the cement industry in there. And also like doing by Prof Mega in the Ciletuh Geopark, also doing a good example in the private sector's support, because like in the last slide, my slide, Geopark is the catalyst. So we need to collaboration. We we don't we don't Superman or superhero, but we have the power to collaboration to get the private sector, the stakeholder, university, the government uh, sit together to push the geopark development better. I think it is that the answer, Mas. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Mas Oka. I have a follow-up question one last time. As for the case for Batur Geopark, is the popularity of Bali as the island of paradise of Indonesia contributes that much to the development, or is it vice versa? The geopark is part of the reason that Bali is one of the most popular destination of tourism in the world. Because when we ask about not every foreigners know about Indonesia, but almost all foreigners know about Bali. So I'm curious about the effect of Bali's popularity in this development of Batur Geopark.
Oh, okay. I think this is the a good questions because I can say the geopark is the firstly thing by the government is to diversify the tourism concept in the Bali, because Bali commonly now is mostly um, what I said, mostly the what I forget the words. But commonly we have mass tourism, sorry, the mass tourism concept, right? So a lot of tourists come to Bali, and maybe some of them give a good for the community and also for the area, but sometimes yeah, they have also the bad um, yeah, the bad things making this a lot changing of the location, like a land of change in the Bali. It's a lot thing we can discuss, but geopark is a diversified concept won by the government the first, but I think because the question is because the popularity of the Bali itself, it's making geopark is not under development, especially if we talking about the geotourism concept, because like in Batur we just yeah, we have the geotourism trail or geotrail, sorry, we have the geotourism activity, but commonly doing in the Batur is just trekking, sunrise trekking in Mount Batur. We have 500, yeah, 500 people from the local, also from the overseas, doing trekking every days for the sunrise trekking. It's a lot tourists, but just only trekking, not doing a geotourism or doing a geotrail. It's a because yeah, the challenging we have is why we need to changing our tourist concept from the yeah, mass tourism to be a sustainable tourism. So it's like a geotourism is a part of sustainable tourism. And so why in Batur we have a project, we call it a geotour Batur. So we make a tour operator we call it Geotour Batur, to branding or to marketing the geotourism or geotrail in our geopark. It's easy? Not. It's it's a difficult because our background is my friend is from ETB also. The background is uh, planology, and also I in the geology. We want to selling our product in the tourism is a difficult things we do in the geopark. So we learn from the our local partner, from the guide, from the tour guide we have collaborate. So we make like uh, a geotourism package, and we research how much we can sell the geotourism package. So we publish the package in the Geotour Batur. So this is the project of geotourism we have in Batur. Yeah, to push or to changing the mindset of tourism in the geopark, from the mass tourism to become the geotourism or sustainable tourism. So the answer is it's a difficult because popularity of tourism in Bali of of course also is a part of the challenges in the developing geotourism in geopark. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Mr. Oka. It seems like our time is done for the Q&A session. So for all the participants that have a question, I see no other questions here. If you have any other questions later, you can contact the committee or directly to Mr. Oka regarding geoconservation, maybe particularly about Bali, if you want to visit Bali. And thanks again. And that wraps up our first Q&A session of the day. Now we would like to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Oka for being the first speaker of today's webinar. Okay, can we share the screen here? Okay, team. Okay, so let us document this session. Okay, to Mr. Oka, you can smile in 3, 2, 1. Okay, once more. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much once again, Mr. Oka, joining us from Bali and for your time and expertise today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached our lunch break and we will pause the seminar for 2 hours and resume promptly at 1 p.m. Please feel free to leave the meeting room open or you can rejoin using the same link at 1 p.m. and have a great lunch break and we will see you back here at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Aku dan Isa rutin konsumsi yogurt.
This information around 2 hours. All right, now we are ready to dive into our second seminar of the day, which will focus on the topic Geoconservation Frameworks, Importance of Geosite Identification and Evaluation. We are honored to be joined by Professor Insinyur Mega Fatimah Rosana M.Sc Ph.D. from Universitas Padjajaran will join us directly from South Borneo right now. Okay, Professor Mega, I want to introduce you for a second. So, Professor Mega is a professor of economic geology at the Faculty of Geological Engineering, Universitas Padjajaran. She is an expert team member for the Ciletuh Palabuhan Ratu UNESCO Global Geopark and is the head of the expert board for the Indonesian National Geopark Committee. And Professor Mega, thank you for being with us today. And this session is yours for the next 60 minutes. You may start your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the committee to invite me to this very good program, yeah, for the summer school from ITB. So today, please allow me to share my slide, which I'm going to share about the conservation in especially Geopark and place of study you are going to go for Kebumen. So I will give some more information about the Kebumen as well in my several slide. Yeah. Okay, this is our topics: geoconservation framework, importance of geosite identification and evaluation. So my talk today will be followed by this five agenda. First, I will give introduction a little bit about what is geoconservation and also the process of geosite identification, geosite evaluation, and geoconservation itself in Indonesia. How is it we perform for that? And then for frameworks and tools for the geoconservation and geosite evaluation. And at the end, I will give some example on education and community role within this geoconservation within the Geopark. So this part of the introduction will cover about the definition of geoconservation, about why it's become important in UNESCO Geopark, and the link to sustainable development, education, and local community. So this is several definition you can pick up from several sources. Like here I summarize to make this short definition, which is first we can check from this Brida from his journal publication in 2016 about geoconservation is a strategy and action to identify, protect, and manage geosite and geodiversity, and ensuring the sustainability use for the science, education, and society, especially in sustainable development. Within IUCN itself, is also several concern in geoconservation is said that geoconservation is a systematic approach to safeguard our geoheritage, which within this process is include starting from the inventory of the geoheritage, evaluation, protection, interpretation, and also the monitoring. As we know that this geoheritage is a non-renewable resources. As you know, that most of geological resources are unrenewables. Yeah. Besides that, we also can search some related to the geoconservation. This is a publication by Gray 2013 regarding this geodiversity is the conservation of the geodiversity, which is geodiversity is a variety of rocks, mineral, fossil, landform, and geological process that maintain our natural heritage, which is mostly are associated together with biodiversity in the nature. Others, geodiversity and also geoconservation definition, you can also search from this Gordon publication, which he said this geoconservation is involved of protection of geoheritage and geosite to apply for sustainable management and protect it. And this is mostly are with linking with the geodiversity and biodiversity and involved in community in making this conservation program. While in the UNESCO Geopark is also geoconservation is part of the Geopark, which is a holistic concept of conservation, education, and sustainable development. As we know, this is a Geopark concept, yeah, where this program is also ensuring geological heritage is always preserved, while we can use the benefit of this geological heritage by a local community through geotourism and outreach. If we say about the geodiversity conservation, is a multidimensional aspect. Yeah. So it is include the scientific, where we identified all this geoheritage and also used for education and related with cultural of the local and nature, and we can use for social economic development. Yeah. So as a geoheritage, this program is also treat geosite as non-renewable asset. All geoheritage, it's a need careful management to maintain, yeah, to make it always sustained for the future long generation. In the geoconservation program, is also integrated with biodiversity conservation and of course a sustainable development goal. Yeah. So you are going for your summer program in Kebumen UNESCO Global Geopark. So UNESCO Global Geopark of Kebumen are also living laboratory where geoconservation principles are applied in the practice. So later on, I think you will learn or you will see how they're doing this conservation program within the geopark area. So sorry for the mistake in rating geoconservation. So geoconservation itself is the workflow. It consists of starting from inventory and assessment of the geological heritage, of the geological heritage, and then go for evaluation based on the scientific and heritage value of the site, of the object or the feature of the geology. And then when we already identified or evaluate the heritage value, then we make the program for conservation, for protection and management. So one is already make the program for the conservation, then we can promote or we can use this geological heritage site or conservation site to promote as education and geotourism. Like for example, here in the right picture, hopefully when you visit to Kebumen, you will see these outcrops. This is very rare, nice outcrop of philo lava, and the low part is chert. Both this outcrop is very important value of geological heritage. So later on, maybe you will learn about this outcrop when you visit the site. So this site is also part of the Geopark site. If I'm not wrong, it's geosite number 4. Is they said exotic block of philo lava and radiolarian chert in river of Muncang. So we go to the geosite identification. If we are going to develop for geoconservation, firstly, we have to identify the objects. Yeah. So to become a geosite, what is definition of the geosite itself? Is a geosite is a location with a significant geological feature, either it is rocks or fossils, the landform or landscape, the stratigraphic, the geomorphology, which hold the scientific, educational, cultural, and also tourism value. Yeah. These geosites are also building blocks of the geoheritage and to become the foundation for a geoconservation strategy, as they are non-renewable resources. Once it destroyed, then the value will be gone also. It cannot be replaced. Yeah. This is one another example. Maybe you will see it later in Kebumen. This is geosite number 10. They said as a columnar joint of a diabas and Gunung Parang. So you can see the shape of this columnar. This is very clear, yeah, to see. Maybe when you go in there later, you can see very clear all the shape of this columnar of diabas in Gunung Parang. If we are going to identify the geosite, we need also several criteria, whether this is to become part of the geosite or a geoheritage or not. Several criteria you can use. This is the most important thing normally used to criteria for geosite identification. First is the scientific uniqueness of the object, especially where it is very rare or representative geological phenomena. For example, this is national value or international significance value. Yeah, so this is very unique. Maybe you cannot find in other places in the other world. Yeah, maybe this is the only one. So this is one of the uniqueness is become very important criteria. And then the second criteria you can use as educational potential. So this object, it should be can be used or ability to illustrate the geological process. Then we can use by student or public, common public, to understand about this geological process within those area. And then the other criteria you can use is link with the cultural, local traditional or local mythos. Yeah, for example, those rock or those landscape is related with the traditional mythos of the area or as part of the local identity. So this also become another criteria to identify as a geosite. And then this also should appeal as tourism potential. Yeah. For example, it should be more easy access, give more attractive to the visitor, and several facility when visitors come to see those outcrop. And then another criteria, this is very important, is conservation priority, whether this outcrop is based on the characteristic, it is its fragility, or this is more disturbed by exposure, maybe become weather, or need more important management to maintain. So this is like another example. You can see this is a block of serpentinite. This is very rare, maybe in Java Islands, yeah, this common rock. And also this part of the geosite in Kebumen area. Later, you can see the criteria, whether this 5 criteria also meet with this part as I mentioned, yeah. You can learn later when you visit the area. So this is in Indonesia, when we are going to identify it as a geosite or geodiversity. This is the guideline already made by Geological Agency or Central Pusat Sumber Daya Geologi, we call, under the Ministry of Mineral Resource. There's inventory standard techniques we can use to follow what criteria we should use when we are going to identify a geological object or geodiversity, and later on we can assign as a geological heritage. Then finally, you can develop as a geosite. The first is identify the diversity, the uniqueness of rock, minerals, or the landscape, or the geological process. It could be representing those. And then we need to classify whether this giving have a high value, have meaning for scientific or meaning for education, and so on. So there's several classification you can follow based on this standard. And then we need to compare to comparison with other either local, national, or international, whether this geological feature, this is very unique as a local or as international, or the uniqueness. So more unique is more important, yeah. And then finally, you can rank this object become heritage as local rank, national, or international rank, yeah. So this is some standard you can follow based on this guideline from Indonesian Mineral Resource Ministry. This is one example products of geoheritage map or geosite map of Payahdom National Geopark in Banten province. So this is the Regency of Lebak. This yellow dot is all the feature or geological geodiversity site which is already identified, evaluate, and then assigned as geoheritage, yeah. And those geoheritage later on developed as a geosite of Bayahdom National Geopark. There are at least 32 of geoheritage within this national geopark. This is the description you need to describe. I'm sorry, this is in Indonesian language. This is a description made when the area or the site is identified as geoheritage. First, you put the name, what is type of heritage or site, and then the location, the coordinate, and then you identified the important geological feature, whether this is rocks, this is minerals, this is fossil, structural geology, landscape, and so on. So you put a description. And then there's another column. This is for criteria or classification based on criteria made by the guideline. And then you make the comparison, whether this is local, national, or international comparison of the heritage value. And then at the end, you put the recommendation. This site or geosite is recommended used to be for education only or for visitor only, and so on. So this is some recommendation later on described for each geosite if you are going to identify it. So this is very important. The geosite identification. This is the first step in geological conservation. Without your proper identification of the site, yeah, of the object, and then do the evaluation, protection cannot be achieved. Yeah. First, you have to describe first the detail of this scientific. In Kebumen area, also maybe you will see this geosite inventory provide the scientific backbone for education, tourism, and sustainable development. This combination of practical identification criteria with academic definition of geoconservation is done in Geopark Kebumen. Maybe I think later on when presentation from Kebumen Geopark, they will more detail in giving you explanation about identification of their geosite for conservation area. This is one example if you are going to make a checklist for template for inventory. Yeah, it's already before I mentioned. For example, this is the site name or the geological object. This is mostly you will see in Kebumen, the philo lava. I saw the picture before, and then this nummulitis, nummulite limestone outcrops, and also cave. Yeah, some caves, several caves you will see, and also coastal morphology. This is you need to put the coordinate for each, and then what geological feature you have to describe in more detail. This is just a short example. And then you will put like a number or the value, yeah, whether this is value is scientific is very high, low, until very low, yeah. And then also for educational value, what is the value? Maybe you can put also as the number, one from 1 to 5 and so on. And also for tourism potential, also is possible using this kind of identification. And then some conservation priority. If, for example, the outcrop is very fragile, so it means the conservation is become a priority, it's become high, something like that. Yeah. That's why later on, when you identified one object, then this is very important criteria you have to assign when you visit the site or when you're going to identify and classify those area to become one of the geosite. In Kebumen Geopark, I think later you will visit all. This is all the area of Kebumen UNESCO Global Geopark. So in this geopark, at least they have 42 geosites spreading from north to south. Yeah. And then they also have a biological site and also cultural site. Yeah. So the cultural, they divide it into tangible and intangible cultural site, which is already marked here in the map. The red one is geological site, yeah, and the yellow is intangible culture, and then the blue one is tangible cultural and so on. I think, sorry if is not clear, but you will see it later in Kebumen when you visit the Geopark Information Center. And then once we already identified the geosite, and then we need to evaluate, yeah. So the purpose of evaluation is to determine the relative importance of each geosite, whether it can be used for conservation, education, and sustainable use. Each geosite probably can be used for these three all, or only can go for normally conservation if we decide it as local or international, which is the value is very important, then it should be become more important conservation area. And then you evaluate first to this site is priority for protection. and also for interpretation and tourist development. Which one is the more priority? So you have to evaluate all the site based on your interpretation in the field when you visit or you see the object. And then it can transform this geological data to decide as management decision for the conservation. What kind of conservation we need to apply, because in each site may be different concept of protection we need. Yeah, for example, if it's the area is very small, maybe we only need to make like a fence to cover for the conservation, so not everybody can touch. But if it's very large area, maybe different concept for the conservation we have to apply. So it based on all the data, then management can make a decision what kind of conservation we should apply on those geosite. As also mentioned before during the identification, so dimension for the evaluation also based on the scientific value. It is very unique, and it represents something for geological important, representing, for example, the age, a different age, representing the geological process. And then for educational value also, this is very important. Either this is learning for which level of education we can use the object, and then the accessibility to visit the area, which is very easy or very difficult access. So it's become also value to give the evaluation. And then tourist or recreational value. For example, those area, this is very attractive if visitor come to see, especially if non-geologists, yeah, because sometimes for geologists, maybe everything is become important or attractive for geology. But for people with non-geological background, maybe not so interest if seeing only rocks without any different unique shape. Yeah. So it will give a good visitor experience, will give the value for tourism or recreational of the shape, and also the existence of infrastructure to visit the area. If it's difficult, maybe tourist is not interesting to see, yeah, something like that. And then the value based on the dimension of conservation priority, as mentioned before, when we identified also for geosite. This is if the site is very fragile, it need treatment and need a management to conserve the priority program of the area. Yeah. And then related with this cultural value, especially if those ancient people use those area or those rock as part of their identity, of the mythos, of the local traditional, something like that. So it is become also increasing the value of the geosite. And then to identify, to make the evaluation of this, maybe later on we have to make a scoring, the matrix, yeah, and using the identification and the mapping in the site, all the identification, the location, and we make a comparative with others area in other countries. Yeah, this is just example of evaluation matrix if you are going to evaluate from the geosite. Yeah. For example, the dimension we evaluate is based on scientific, what kind of description we put, and then what kind of the geological object. So this is most I put the example in Kebumen Geopark. So this material later on you can compare in the field directly, whether this is true or not. This, for example, this nummulitis limestone, when you see, oh, okay, this is having very good education value. It's very easy access. This is very clear for geological feature, and so on. So you can say this is okay. This is very idealized for people to teach about fossilization process or to identify the type of the fossil. So those kind of educational value you should add when you move the evaluation metrics for this geosite. And also for example, for tourism value, so if it's good or giving very attractiveness of the location and good infrastructure when you are going to visit, and when visitor come to see those area, they will get very excited experience. For example, when you visit the Kars cave, yeah, in Kebumen they have several caves, so maybe you will see whether this area also meet with this dimension or as a geosite for the conservation and so on, examples. Yeah. When you are going to do the evaluation, it's more easy. You are using the evaluation method by quantification. For example, as mentioned before, instead of using high, medium, low, something like that, it's maybe easy to quantify it by scoring. For example, from 0 to 5, the low priority, 0, the high priority is become 5, something like that. And also, we need also qualitative assessment, especially for expert who can judge this value. Yeah. And then you also need based on geos mapping, yeah, because this is will see the location, the accessibility. So you need also using this method to evaluate, yeah. And then you have to compare metric with other area, national or regional, yeah. The outcome of this evaluation, then as we can see, we can classify it as very high value for conservation, need some management plan, something like that, yeah. And also this will output conservation data and then will use to geopark management or by geopark management to support the Geopark documentation and program of geoconservation or the maintenance in geoheritage. Yeah. This is very important also for Geopark when they are going to re-evaluate again by UNESCO, because Kebumen just last year, I think, to become UNESCO Global Geopark. So they will get another revalidation after 4 years. Yeah. So this one of the criteria for the revalidation is the program for the geoconservation. This is an example of geosite evaluation scoring matrix when you are going to assign as a geological heritage value based on the criteria, the scientific value, educational value, tourism value, conservation, cultural value. And this is some indicators. For example, the uniqueness, the rarity of the value, then you can put the score 0 up to 5, something like that. Then when you go to the area, then you can try to put all this on the matrix, then you can just fill. Finally, then you can see how much is total number. So those area either receives high priority, medium priority, or low priority. Is based on the total score they get from each criteria. Yeah. This is one example, as previously said, based on scientific value. For example, this philo lava is very high scientific value, so we can put score 5, for example. But like for Nummulites, if its educational value is only 4, and so on. But then the criteria in each site, you can put these 5 criteria, then you can see the total, how much. Yeah. For example, in Philolava, okay, this is have educational value, also 5. Tourism value, also 5, something like that. But cultural, maybe only 3, something like that. So in the total, maybe less than 25, whether this still high priority or not for geoconservation. So this is one example when you fill the evaluation metric. Hopefully, maybe when you go for Kebumen later on, you can do some practical like this. You start to evaluate or make the matrix confirmation. Yeah. So doing this evaluation, what the message we are going to give or to say that evaluation will transform scientific knowledge into the accountable conservation priority. So based on the identification by scientific, then you can assign which priority or which kind of conservation program needed for each geosite. Yeah, as I mentioned before, it will different from one site to another site, and this also will become the bridge, the gap between academic geology and community-based management, because most of geosite is locally managed by local community or local association or local government. Yeah, so that's why academic geology can and community will become connect with this part of the evaluation message. And in Kebumen, I think they already one example that this evaluation was ensure that scientific value also give educational and social economic purpose for sustainability development in Geopark Kebumen. In Indonesia, the practical of in general geoconservation program is under the ministry regulation under the Ministry of Mineral Resource number 32 is legally framework to this designation what we call as cagar alam geologi or geological nature reserve. Actually, in Kebumen, in several sites of geology in Kebumen Geopark, is already assigned as cagar alam geology before this permanent assigned, because this is the first cagar geology in Indonesia. Yeah, so this very important regulation which serve to protect how to protect the area of the uniqueness of geology or geodiversity for using for science, education, and sustainable development. This is the legal basis in several in more high level of regulation of the conservation in Indonesia. Yeah. The objective of this geoconservation is, of course, to preserve non-renewable geology, as I mentioned before, as a geological object is once destroyed, it cannot be replaced. Yeah, it's a non-renewable object. So that's why integrated conservation into spatial planning and land use policy are very important. Yeah, very important. And this geoconservation also will support the education program, research, making a sustainable tourism through geopark and geoheritage initiative, which now used in Indonesia to maintain this geological heritage as part of the geopark. And then this is also very useful to mitigate the geological hazard by maintaining our natural feature to provide environmental stability. Based on Indonesian regulation of the under the Ministry of Mineral Resource or Badan Geologi, the process for geoconservation actually is similar as I mentioned before. First, you need to identify or identification geological object, either by geological survey, yeah, or by geology near university nearby of the area, yeah. And then do the evaluation, the assessment of scientific, education, culture, and tourism value, making the mapping to localize the area how wide, how the need for the conservation, or only small spot or very big spot, something like that. This is need for GIS mapping to make a clear boundary, and then make a legal establishment proposed to government through Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resource. Once you already have assigned as geological conservation or cagar alam geologi, and then you need to manage and do the monitoring continuously to prevent the degradation or ensure the use of the area, whether if it's using for the tourism, whether it's used for limited number of tourism or mass number of tourism. So this is need to manage and monitoring of geoconservation program, because this one of value when you're going to revalidate of the Geopark. This is one other important question also asking by UNESCO. How often, what kind of monitor you are doing, what kind of management you maintain your geoconservation area. This is some comparison of geoconservation under Indonesian ministry versus international framework. This is the aspect of the focus area, and then the process, integration, then and the outcome. So at least what our regulation also follow in same framework with international framework in UNESCO, IUCN, or ProGeo in Europe here. The implication of this geoconservation in Indonesia is approach is strongly legality to ensure protection through the ministerial decree. Yeah, this is very important. And then in international framework is also emphasize the community engagement in sustainable development, which Indonesian integrate, for example, integrated in the Geopark area, where local community are involved in maintaining or monitoring of this geological heritage or and geoconservation program involving of local community. And for the academic purpose, this is as a backbone, as I mentioned before, the similar framework with UNESCO and IUCN, which is globally comparable what Indonesian ministry regulation regarding this geoconservation. As mentioned before, this is important of identification evaluation of the geological heritage is a best foundation for the geoconservation planning. Without identification and evaluation of the geological site, so it means you cannot make the planning for the conservation. And of course, this program are support in the UNESCO program for geoheritage protection. And this is also to be used for sustainable tourism and local economy development. Yeah. Because when you already make planning, the management, then you can assign what kind of tourism in those area you can assign based on recommendation from this evaluation of the geological heritage for conservation. And those area also can support to strengthen education and outreach program, either from undergraduate program or high school to visit the area. And the most important thing is to ensure risk management and site protection, because mostly geological objects are located in very risk area. So it's mean the local management or local community or geopark management also should ensure the risk management or related the protection of the geological site either for visitor or for the site itself. Yeah, they should make the analysis risk management either from natural hazard or from people who do the activity nearby of the geological site. And then at the end, after we evaluate the geological site for conservation, of course, we need to do the planning, what kind of conservation. The purpose of this is to translate evaluation outcome, what we have done before, to make a strategy management for conservation. To ensure high value of geosite, we receive appropriate protection, education, and sustainable use measures. Yeah, and then we also need to integrate scientific, educational, and the involvement of a community priority into the plan. This is decide the purpose of making a planning to the conservation. This is, for example, for core component in geoconservation planning. For example, we make a protection donation. We make a donation of the site. Yeah. Normally in Indonesia, we call as the center of the protection area, and then put the buffer area. So we put, for example, the core is the important site of the geology, and the buffer area, maybe we can assign how many meters or how many 100 meter or 200 meter from the core. So it depend on the each area. So it will restrict harmful activity or can more easy to monitor the site condition. Maybe later you can see example in Kebumen Geopark, yeah. Like for example, if you see the philo lava, so this is the core zone of the area. This is very limited access. Only a few people can visit or touch to the area, yeah. Otherwise, if so many people, it's more easy damage of the rocks. And some other criteria you can put when you are going to plan for the conservation. This is just more example in education, sustainable tourism, or community engagement. Yeah. So this is the workflow for geoconservation planning and management. First, we have to put the zonation or the criteria, which part is the core or which part is the buffer area where you can put some development in the buffer, but in the core may be very limited. So it's only certain fence maybe you can put or some notice. And also we have to do monitoring of this site, yeah, this important program. And then you have to also create some educational program, either first maybe put like educational center or site museum. This is also possible, or inside the Geopark Information Center, and then create the program like a field trip for the student, or do the workshop related with this site, and then put some information panel or interpretation sign within the area. So when people see on this area, they will understand what is the importance of this geological site. And then we need to inform local community, especially, yeah. They can create or they can also protect the area, but then they should get some benefit from those. For example, if it's in the fossil area, in Geopark, we not allowed to sell any fossil, any rocks, because all these rock and fossil are part of the geological heritage which we need to protect. Yeah. So local community cannot sell any rock or any fossil. So instead of selling rock and selling fossil, so local community, we teach them to create any product or what we call as geo product. Yeah. as replicate for those rocks or fossil. Yeah, so they can make some replica either from wood or from gypsum or from food. Yeah, from food. For example, cookies, you can make a shape as a fossil, something like that. So community, when visitor come to see the fossil site, then local community can sell their product, which representing or resemble the object you see, and perhaps also related with some local culture of the object. Yeah. And then the important thing also making planning for the geoconservation. Once you already assign as a protected zone, but then you can assign as part of your eco trail, or we call as a geo trail for the visitor. So you can put the line or the route where a visitor can see or can visit the area, how either by walk or either by bicycle or by boat. It depends on the outcrop of your geological heritage. For example, in Kebumen, maybe if you see the philo lava, maybe you only need by walking your through tour, yeah, or travel to visit the facility area. But if you visit, like for example, in Merangin UNESCO Global Geopark in Sumatra, the very important fossil site is along the river. So once you want to visit or to see this geosite, you need using a boat or like making rafting, yeah, along the river. So this is another way of making trails, something like that. And some facility also provide in several geopark to see the trail for each geosite where they have. I think in Kebumen, several geosite you can visit by car, but other mostly you need to after stop in the parking area, then you need several minutes to walk to explore more near to the facility area. Yeah. So mean first in the planning of management of the Jova, first you assign as conservation area, and then you use for education and development for sustainable development by involving local community within this program. So this is more easy, maybe the workflow for from evaluation to conservation planning. First, you have to evaluate and then plan what kind of protection level you need. Yeah, and then implement it, how it can done, either to develop education or the tourism program, and then do regular monitoring to the condition of the accessibility and also the impact of the visitor through to the object, yeah, whether is more visitors coming, is more easy damage and so on. So you need to regularly monitor of this impact. And then you need to review periodically this inventory and evaluate periodically, yeah. So the key message is the evaluation is not the end, but the evaluation is the start point for our action for geoconservation. Yeah. So the geoconservation planning is should ensure that scientific value leads to community benefit. As I mentioned before, if the site is conserved and local community cannot touch, cannot do anything, but then local community should get a benefit by other way, like for example, creating some geo product, creating the tourist tour or some other facility we can develop based on this the existence of geoconservation area near they place. Yeah. I think this is the more example of Kebumen workflow. This is several sites in Kebumen, like Philolava, the fossil, maybe near the information center, and also cars and some coastal site in Kebumen area. There are several sites. I think later on you can explore. But again, when you are going to make the conservation, then first they need to identify which is the core zone, which part is the buffer zone, and what kind of activity of geotourism or ecotourism can be assigned on those area, and then whether this site also associated or have a connection with the local cultural and also biodiversity of those areas. So this is very important also to notice and to identify during the evaluation and conservation management program. So the frameworks and tool for the conservation, as we mentioned, we follow the international framework from UNESCO, from IUCN, and also from ProGeo. And in Indonesian side, we also add ministry regulation of mineral and energy mineral resource, especially from geological agency. Yeah. Do the inventory, evaluation, do the mapping, and then later on you can have some evaluation metrics, make the mapping of identification or each location, and monitoring, and then involvement of local community. This is very important to do the framework in doing the geoconservation. So in UNESCO Global Geopark Framework in detail, we can see they have core principle to integrate geoconservation, education, and the sustainable development. So the local guideline, you can follow this inventory as mentioned criteria by Britha in the paper, and also making the zonation system, as I mentioned before, is making the core zone, buffer zone, and transitional area, which part you can do some development for the facility, and then involve a local community engagement and local empowerment within this area, and make periodical regularly monitoring, because if once you have already become UNESCO Global Geopark, then you will evaluate every 4 years to ensure your continuity of improvement in your geoconservation program. Yeah. This is example of Kebumen area. This is, for example, in Philolava, this is all become part of the core zone, but the buffer zone used can for education and some other community program. Maybe you can see in more wide area, like in the coastal side there. If we follow the IUCN framework and protected area, of course, quite similar. So core principle is recognize geodiversity as part of the natural heritage. And the guideline, they're using also integration of geodiversity into protected area management, and the monitoring program also should be done, and linking geoconservation with biodiversity and climate adaptation, because sometimes geoheritage also can be damaged by climate, by natural of climate. Some example in Kebumen area, maybe you will see later on. And
I'm
then,
sorry, Professor Mega.
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we are running out of time. You have to quickly conclude your presentation. We will give you an extra time, 5 minutes. Is that enough?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, still a few minutes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then this is already mentioned, the similar framework for the template you can use for the evaluation of the framework. Then the last part, this is educational and community involvement. So this is very important to highlight the local community, sustain through creative, educational, and cultural initiative that transform the heritage into livelihood opportunity, the involvement of a local community. What they can do or community engagement is in job product. As I mentioned later, making a geocraft product, for example, may create some artisan or replica of some fossil, making some textile or batiks, maybe with the pattern of the rocks or the fossil, or make a craft from bamboo, and also for tourism activity. Yeah, they can become a local guide to visit the cave, to visit trail, many things. So this is very important as a tourism activity. And also provide some homestay and local culinary. Yeah, and also involvement in education program, especially for school, high school, junior high school, even elementary school up to university. So it become important there in the kind of activity. And then for cultural heritage, of course, they can also perform any traditional craft or any cuisine or food, yeah, and also some cultural activity when visitor can learn or can more study in more detail about this cultural heritage is related with the site of geoconservation area. And then sustain the involvement. This is, of course, we need the partnership. We need stewardess and promotion and the local product. What kind of you create of the local product of we can involve all this local community. I think later on you will see all in the Kebumen area. And then the integration to the tourism and education, of course, we create several programs like school to Geopark, Geopark to school. This is one the important program, and also like you now going to do is summer camp and so on. Yeah. This is just in more detail. Maybe you can see it later. University program interactive with geotour and eco-friendly practice tourism, and of course conservation. When you visit the area, then you do some also doing the conservation when you visit the area. Yeah. I think this is all the presentation, the integration of the outcome. Of course, the key message here are tourism and education are not separate goal. They are mutually reinforcing pillar of sustainable geoconservation. Visitor live not only with memories, but with knowledge and respect for earth heritage. I think this is the last, just only monitoring. As I mentioned before, also this is very important for regularly monitoring this kind of method of monitoring, condition, the impact, the effectiveness of education, then community participation in monitoring system. This is in more detail for each mentioned before, and the category, whether the conservation is indicator is reduce the degradation, or education is many visitors coming, curriculum integration to the curriculum, the tourism, also the community involved in the Geopark message. Yeah, I think that's all. This just only to show the workflow for the conservation, from identification, evaluation to conservation, then practice in eco-friendly practice of using the Geopark. All I think you will see in Geopark Kebumen, this interconnected within all this one cycle. Yeah. Yeah, this is just only detail for each. That's all I think. Sorry for long taking so long. My presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mega, for your presentation. It's quite exciting and a packed material, and is very important for the participants for the assignment later in Kebumen. All right, now we are opening the Q&A session again. So for the participants, you can raise your hand in the Zoom meeting or type in your question directly in the chat box, or maybe if there are any participants here in Hilmi Panigoro room who wants to ask a question, you are okay. Any questions from the participants? Okay. Okay, maybe the participant is still thinking, Professor Mega. So I have a question regarding your material. So you mainly present about the methodology of Geopark evaluation. And I see that there are quantitative and qualitative assessment. So for the qualitative assessment, is it have to be an expert to do the evaluation for the qualitative parameter, or can a student have some guidelines on that parameter? And the second question is, yeah, it's still about the evaluation. Which parameter is usually the hardest to evaluate in the context of Geopark evaluation?
Okay, thank you. Sorry if the material is too heavy in the afternoon. Yeah, or maybe it's too heavy in the afternoon. This is mostly like a methodology, because when we are going to do the conservation, of course, we need to identify first what we are going to conserve. Yeah, this is the first step, conservation. Actually, student, especially geological student, yeah, can do this kind of identification based on their knowledge after 5 or 6 semester. Also, the third year student, yeah, I think the third year student, they can try to identify one, then find the object of geology, whether this is can identify it based on several criteria. If it's like in Indonesia, we already have guideline by Badan Geologi, yeah, from the Juklak Juknis, so you can follow this guideline, and then very easy to identify once you understand the geological itself, yeah. Then just follow the criteria based on the guideline from the 10. But is different with the Geopark evaluation. Yeah, Geopark evaluation is will be the whole system, not only geoheritage program, but in this geoconservation program, just only one part of the Geopark in the whole. Yeah. But in the geoconservation program and the whole Geopark, what they always evaluate is the involvement of local community. So engagement of local community, this is very important, whether they involve in conservation program, not only the government who do the conservation, but of course the involvement of local community, this is very important. Because why? Local community are normally they living around the site, yeah, they're living around the site, so this is become important. And then yeah, maybe by expert involvement in this evaluation. So it's two different system in evaluation, geoconservation and the geopark itself.
Okay, easily understood. Okay, thank you, Professor Mega, for the answer. We have a participant who had raised their hand. Here we have Lutfiana from ITB. You can unmute your microphone and ask your questions.
Okay, good afternoon. And everyone, Viana Zahra, oceanography student at Bandung Institute of Technology. I want to ask to you, Miss, in the context of coastal geomorphology, how can scoring metrics be adapted to account for dynamic coastal processes such as erosion, sedimentation, and sea level change when assessing geosites? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So actually, the criteria for assessment for the landscape, especially in the coastal. Of course, they will be different if they are on the land or the hill area. Yeah, I think in geological guideline, in Badan Geologi guideline, they already also mentioned some criteria. I'm sorry, I'm not remember all. You see, I think this is very easy. You can see follow the criteria, yeah, for the assessment of geomorphology, because some geomorphological landscape sometimes is very steep, sometimes is very landform very easily, yeah, access, or different characteristic for each area, yeah. So I think the criteria you can also by standard criteria in geomorphology assessment is also can be applied to identify for this criteria in identified for geoconservation area identification, yeah. Sorry if not making you heavy for this answer, but at least you can see follow the guideline from Badan Geologi in assessment for geosite, especially in the coastal area.
Okay,
Thank
from
you.
Luciana, is there any response to the answer from Professor Mega?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very
This question on the chat from Alvan from Geology. Thank you for the presentation. Based on the key message slide, why is evaluation considered the engine that drive the entire geoconservation framework? Can conservation exist geologi or PAGTL, ya, cagar alam geologi, or which also can make some consider in geoconservation. But locally, geoconservation, the final maybe you can use by making regulation to become cagar alam geology. But locally also you can use the geoconservation by local regulation, for example, kabupaten or regency or village, or even sometime by local traditional local, especially the indigenous local people who has their own rule meet, so also can use for framework in conservation. But mainly what we call for the conservation, just to ensure, to make sure this object, it will not disturb or withstand to maintain from its degradation, either by nature or by human. Yeah, so this is the most important thing, I think.
Okay, can you hear me clearly, Professor Mega? I'm sorry, we have a internet problem here. Okay, I see that you have answered the questions from Alvan, yeah, Alvan Sakti. Is there any response to the answer? Okay, I think that's enough from him. Okay,
Yeah, one more question. I think this is from Nur Aulia. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Professor, thank you so much for your presentation. Actually, I'm ambassador of tourism of Kebumen 2018, and I'm also youth forum before, but now I'm K-influencer and honorary report of Korea Tourism Organization, and then now I'm still preparing to next master degree program in another city country, and then I'm preparing my thesis to geotourism because before when I'm study bachelor degree of tourism, I like research for article ilmiah in Peniron, desa Peniron village. Yeah, I'm so wanna say thank you for inviting me here. Yeah, I hope I can collaborate with University Padjajaran next time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
congratulations. Yeah, okay, good.
yeah,
It's
thank you
I
so
think
much.
yeah, I think it's a good topic. Yeah, if you can study in more detail for geotourism.
Yeah,
Yeah,
geotourism.
like in our university, we have a master program for sustainable tourism. Yeah, sustainable tourism. Mostly students study for a background from geology, also from tourism. They can do some day research to develop the geotourism in Geopark area. Yeah, so I think this is a good topic for study. Please come to our university to visit several related study more about the Geopark conservation program.
Yeah, of course, my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Okay, we got a potential collaboration here. Okay, so we have a quick question here from Hilmi Panigoro room. We have one participant who want to ask a question.
Okay, thank you for your change. Good afternoon, Professor Mega. My name is Sari from Bandung Institute of Technology. I have a question here. Is it possible to restore a totally disturbed geosite into an eligible geosite? And what method are usually used to restore a totally disturbed geosite? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What do you mean eligible geosite?
I mean the eligible geosite is we can see the geological feature, or is there another additional feature like culture or biodiversity, I guess?
Okay, okay. Yeah, actually, when we assign one geosite, when we identified, first, of course, we identified the geological object features. Yeah, what feature of the geology we can see of the object, either as a rocks, maybe very important rock, for example, maybe granite, maybe like in Java Island is very rare to find granite. Yeah, or like others, and then or minerals, specific minerals, or fossil. Yeah, and then in this area, of course, we need to see, is there any related this geological object with the nature, flora or fauna, specific flora or fauna within those area. And then the third, we can, because the part of the geopark is geo, bio, and culture, so we need also to identify the possibility of the culture related with this area, especially the myth of the local, yeah, the mythos, kepercayaan or anything of the local. So this is important also to identify. Once you can identify the value of culture, the value of nature, and also the value of geology, and then you need to create to assess also the value of like for infrastructure, the facility, the risk for the possibility of the damage is from what kind of criteria. So those important things need first you identify, and then you can assign whether this is important to assign as a geosite or not. They have any relation within bio, geo, and culture. Because in Geopark, we need to create like a storytelling, yeah, storytelling connection within this three important side of the geology. Yeah. But if we say only geology, maybe not interest to other people without background geology. But for geology, of course, for example, when we see pillow lava, okay, this is very important, yeah, contact with the chert. But for non-geology, what is this? If we are not saying connection with the bio and also the mythos. The more interesting people, non-geology, come to the site because of the aesthetic of the shape, the form of the rocks, for example, or the mythos behind the rocks, yeah, especially the local mythos. So make people is more interest. Like for example, in our Ciletu Parabuan Ratu Jopa, the rocks is resemble as ancient animal, yeah, like rhinos or badak or crocodile. So each rock we put the name. This is crocodile rock. This is rhino rocks, and so on. So make people more interest to see. But for us, maybe okay, this is only Ciletu formation, nothing else, only sandstone. But then putting those the shape, the nature, and also the local people believe, put additional more interest people to see for the attractiveness of Geopark, yeah, area to then make people want to see to visit, to create the economic development for the local community, and involvement of the local community. But then we have to create other what kind of the conservation program we need to all these things. Yeah. So at the end we assign what kind of the planning of the conservation we have to create. That's just small example maybe. I hope answer your question.
Okay, thank you, Professor. I think it's clear enough.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, for the answer. We have another question here from Hilmi Panigoro, but I want to give a chance to the participants of the Zoom meeting. Is there any questions in the chat, or you can raise your hand? Okay. Okay, we're going to have a question here from Hilmi Panigoro. Silakan.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. I think my question is related from the previous question. My name is Muhammad Magandistaki. I am a master student from Institut Teknologi Bandung. I just want to ask you, Prof, from your experience, maybe, have there been any geosite that you see have a significant value or significant scientifically, but when you propose to use an order criteria. So I just curious from your experience how you deal with such case on any geosite that have significant value but fail to meet criteria from UNESCO. Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, UNESCO using the criteria for significant value or international value, actually based on the many people doing the research publication on those objects. Yeah, as many paper publication, international publication made on those objects, so will become increasing the national international value or significant value of this object. Even in national, in Badan Geologi, when they put the criteria as geoheritage with local, national, or international value, is also based on the publication. As much as publication appear when you searching, so UNESCO will follow this because the criteria or the judgment of international value of the object is used or assigned by IUCN. IUGS, sorry, IUGS, yeah, IUGS, International Union of Geological Science of America. One day said, okay, this is international value because many publication talking about this. Why many international people come to see research on those? So it means this is very important site. Yeah, but then some geopark in Indonesia because not all sites have international value. Mas only local, yeah. But this is okay. You can go to UNESCO because at least you need one one site have international significant value of geosite, but the other maybe only local. It's okay, no problem. But then later on you can increase the local or regional or national value to become international value later on. You do many research, many publication on those area. For example, in our case, in my case, in Ciletuh area, maybe in the past, not many people doing the research in Ciletuh area, yeah, in Melans Ciletuh, because in the past accessibility is very difficult. Not many people study about Melans. Not many people study about peridotite, Gabro in the Ciletuh. But since it become Geopark, so I assign many students, yeah, many students to do research, undergraduate, master, even PhD, to do the research in more detail, yeah. And then we can get some more new answer. For example, in Ciletuh, before we saw, oh, okay, this is in the sequence of melons or ophiolite. We say there's some like granite or plagiogranite, yeah, we said. But then after we do the research in more detail, put some master PhD student, and then we recognize, okay, this is not that what we said before, but this is another rocks type, yeah. So this become important. And also the philolava, we have a philolava. In the past publication always said this is the oldest rock formation, but then when we do the more detailed study, we do some age dating, and then actually it's come to the youngest, not the oldest. Yeah, they said in the beginning, they said this is become okay 50 million years age, but then after we do more detailed analysis and do some dating, it's become youngest age. Yeah, so this kind of process we can increasing the value of our site. Yeah, as more we invite many people do more research and see the important thing of and the connection between the geology, biology, and also the culture of the local. So it will increasing the value of this site. Yeah, I think this kind what we can do it. Hope to answer your question.
Thank you, Prof, for the answer. Okay, I give back to Arik for the committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Mega. And I think it is time's out for the Q&A session. Okay, can I? Now we want to give a token of appreciation to Professor Mega as our second speaker of today's session. Can the team present the certificate, please? Okay, so we will have a documentation, Professor Mega. Again, we would like to thank you for your presentation. It is actually a spoiler. It's a spoiler for our summer school program, and I hope that the participants pay close attention because this is what they're assigned for the next week, I guess. Okay. On my mark, we will take a screenshot of the screen. Smile. 3, 2, 1. Okay, once more in 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, Professor Mega, for joining us and presenting your expertise today.
Yeah, thank you very much for everybody, and good luck for you who's going to Kebumen. Maybe you can try to practice the matrix what I gave. Then you can do some practice in the Geopark area which you are going to visit. Good luck and enjoy your trip to Kebumen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mega.
Okay, bye-bye. See you later
Thank you
on.
so much, Professor.
Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at our third and final seminar of the day. And this session will explore a different topic. So from Mr. Oka, the first session, we have geoconservation examples from Batur Geopark. And just now we have received a presentation about evaluation method of Geopark. And now we will explore the topic of tourism planning and regional development for sustainable geopark conservation. It is my pleasure to introduce our speaker for this session, Mr. Alhilal Furqan, B.Sc, M.Sc, Ph.D. He is a researcher and lecturer at the School of Architecture, Planning and Policy Development at Institut Teknologi Bandung and specializes in sustainable urban tourism, ecotourism governance, and community participation in heritage-based regenerative tourism. Okay, please welcome Mr. Alhilal. Mr. Alhilal, the session is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hilmi. Right? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Hello.
Morning.
Okay, hope you enjoy it, even though it is
Morning.
afternoon, but hope you enjoy this still morning, I think. So the still fresh should be. Okay, thank you to the thank you to the committee of this event. So now I will continue my presentation related to tourism planning and regional development for sustainable geopark conservation. So let me share my slide here. Okay. It is clear my slide and my voice also? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's clear.
Let me continue. Maybe some bit overlaps with the previous speaker, but now maybe I will propose the approach for sustainable geopark conservation, particularly in geopark or proposed geopark in Karangsambung in the state, right? Okay. Okay, thank you also to the Master of Ceremony for introduction. And now I will go and continue a little bit actually. And then maybe half of my time for presentation. And then after that, we will continue can be with a discussion related to the topic. Okay, so now maybe I will discuss a little bit also about geopark and geotourism. So then before we continue to tourism itself, sustainable tourism planning framework, and then one things that can be as the approach, particularly for development of the area, is community-based tourism approach. And we have here in, or we call it CBT, community-based tourism. We have two parts. The first part is how to develop, and the second one is how to sustain. Okay. Okay, as we know, I think it's already discussed maybe about the concept of the geopark. Geopark concept for developing a region in sustainable way that integrates it is three diversities that we call it geopark when it is integrated three diversities. The first one is geodiversity, biodiversity, and cultural diversity, which is all those three should be together, run together. Should be no one is left behind. I think it's a new word now. Is no one is left behind. So we are going together. These three things should be run together. Okay. When we are talking about geopark, as I mentioned before, we can see this graph actually. The geodiversity can be the main feature of the area. But also in the same time, we identify or exist there the cultural diversity and biodiversity. So those three things should be in the same time is exist. When it is exist together, that we call it geopark, right? Okay. What actually is geodiversity? I think already discussed about this, yeah. Variety of geological component within a specific area whose contribution and characteristic reflect the Earth evolutionary process in the region, right? And then there are also the geological component, minerals, rock fossils, so forth and so on, of course. Biodiversity, yeah, the assemblage of flora and fauna interacting across unique ecosystem driven by spatial and structural geodiversity. Means that not separate with geodiversity, but it is together in the same area. And then the last one is cultural diversity, right? Past and contemporary cultures, encompassing both tangible and intangible heritage. Tangible means is what we can is visible. We can see it. Yes, that we call it tangible. Tangible culture exists there. We can see even we can touch it. And another one is intangible, where it is invisible, but it is exists in terms of the history, about the folklore in the community, that we call it intangible. Okay, then when we can see maybe we are confusing between these two. So in this side, we call it geopark, as I explained before, I discussed before. And then the other side here is we call geotourism. When we call it geotourism, when it is only, we are only discover or we utilize the side of geodiversity only. Not yet we are going into exploring more about cultural diversity, biodiversity. When it is still only this is existing, so this is what we call it geotourism. So this is the difference between geopark and geotourism. So now we are talking how to go into more higher than geotourism. We want to go far into geopark, right? Okay. Sorry. Okay. So this is when we saw this as a geotourism, where we identify here the sites. You see here on the geosite is maybe like a cultural biodiversity exists also, but we are not exploring yet. It's still in the very early stage. We are not discovering more. We didn't go and discover more. So we can see the existence of the geosite in the area where we are proposed. So you see here the conducting and comprehensive geodiversity inventory. We already have here the inventory. Let's say we can say it's 1 to 11 to more than one or many here actually. This is a site, we call it geosite, right? Developing formal proposal for geoheritage recognition. So because of this existence, so we want to propose to be recognized by the formally, let's say here by the government, of course. And then we are submitting the documentation for the official geoheritage designation, right? Then they are designed to be geoheritage, right? Because there was numbers of geosite, right? And then the fourth one is inventory of diversity, cultural diversity, and also their interrelationship, right, between the biodiversity, cultural diversity, and the geodiversity. There is the interrelationship between each other. So this is, we call it as resources that be the main source to propose the area, right? And then there is also the delineation, yes, the boundaries, clear boundaries. Not necessarily the boundary is the administrative boundaries, but it is functional. Yes, functional boundaries mean based on the, of course, based on geodiversity boundaries, where inside is the biodiversity and cultural diversity. And then when this is exists, so we call it as geotrack, leads to geopark. Okay, maybe this as an example, maybe, right? I think the previous speaker already talked also a little bit about Chileto, right? So as just I want to say, this is small examples about how that construct the road of the activity in this site. You see here, let's say road number one, there is the with specific attraction there. Let's say here, road number one, tracing the tectonic fossils, yeah, evidence of Chileto, and then the second and until the seven is the same also. Yes, there is the have the own characteristic, yes, in each road. And then okay, this is the real example. Actually, this is the previous one was the schematic one, and this is the real example. This is based on the document, yeah, proposed or documented by the Chileto UNESCO Global Geopark. Okay, so here, let's say here in the map, we can see that the existence of all those three resources. Yes, if from the perspective of tourism, we call all those three as tourism resources, which will be attraction for the tourists, right? Geodiversity, biodiversity, cultural diversity. Okay, that's and then this is some of the objective and the targets of the UNESCO Global Geopark, right? So the first one here is conservation for geological and non-geological heritage resources. And then the second one have the function as educational and scientific outreach. And the third one is stimulating local economic growth through sustainable tourism, geotourism, and geoproduct and other geoproducts. Okay, the core mission here to fostering sustainable regional development. So the main here is the existence of all those things, of course, for sustainable regional development. Okay, this mission necessitates the active engagement of local community and key stakeholders to achieve the ultimate vision. What is the vision? Sustainable Earth and prosperous community. This is maybe my main topic today. I will discuss a bit about local communities and how to, maybe we can say that, to help to promote prosperous community through Geopark, of course. And then there is 16 focus area when we are going to propose under the UNESCO Global Geopark. There is 16 focus area here. Yes. So we can see in this slide, yeah, there is 16. As much as 16 is will be better, but we are approaching to have this 16 point to achieve in the Geosite, right? So you can see here, like, I think like geological heritage conservation, educational and sustainability, right? Biodiversity, yes. Capacity building activities, climate change, awareness, sustainable tourism, employment, women empower, natural resources wise use, yes, cultural heritage enhancement, sustainable development, networking, what's this? Science and research, right? Geological hazard and reduction, local and indigenous knowledge, and monitoring and evaluation. This is a 16 focus area. Should be we are trying to achieve these 16 areas, right? We discover, then we get the status, yes, the way how to get the status as a geopark or UNESCO Global Geopark. Okay, this is my explanation related to geopark and tourism actually. But what I mentioned before, one of the thing is the main things that we have to be focused here. I want to actually about the local community, right? So like the vision here, sustainable earth and prosperous community. So now we will go to how, I think there's just many approaches, yeah, we can use into particularly in empowering local community. But here, from the perspective of tourism, so I will propose one of the, I think it's quite important, particularly with the rural condition, is a community-based tourism. Yes. So sustainable tourism planning framework here. The geopark and geotourism aims to empowering local communities as primary stakeholders. Why? Why I said that is a primary? Because the local community are living in the area. That is their places where they live. Okay, and the second one is sustainability goals. Mitigating, this is important when we are talking about empowering local community, mitigating the risk of external capital dominance to prevent local marginalization. What I mean here, if we are not going to empower local community, because this is when the capital from the external, yes, the capital from external means that the money from the city, from outside, from the overseas, let's say, can come and invest in the area, right? And set up the business, set up everything. Sometimes if the local community are not involved or they don't have enough ability, a power to join, so they will be marginalized. That's the idea. And Next is the strategic approach, how that we can mitigate, right? And empower to mitigate the negative external impact and empowering the local community. So I'll propose here one of the strategic approach is implementing community-based tourism, or we call it CBT, for regional growth. Or maybe for the area, small area, like for villages, right? Maybe not will cover for the big area, but it is possible to propose in many small villages in area as community-based tourism. Okay. Okay. In using this framework, sustainable tourism plan framework here, when we are using CBT framework, there is two phases of development model. So you have two sides here. The first one is how to develop, how to establish, right? How to establish from zero, right? From the scratch to the existence. This is the my left side here, right? How to develop this one. We have 5 steps, right? From step 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then after its existence, we go to the next one is how to sustain, right? Because we are sometimes, we are in Indonesia mostly, we are really expert in how to develop, but we are really poor in sustaining the project. This is maybe the issues also. So why the approach is looks together into how to develop in the same time we are how to sustain the project. Okay, this is also have the 5 steps here, right? Okay, and we will go into the details. Yeah, I'm trying to go one by one, even though it's not that deep, of course. Yeah, because we will go and have good understanding of this framework and this approach is we are implementing in the field. I think. Yeah, when we are become as an actor, we are implement this approach into the community as a beneficiary, yes, of the approach. Okay, we will start with the first one is how to develop. Okay, so here we have 5 steps, as I mentioned. The first one is to identify potential location and community. The second one, assess community needs and readiness for tourism, because we are specifically talking about tourism and how to implement tourism in the Geopark, right? Educate and prepare the community for tourism, yes, or for geotourism, or for Geopark. Identify and establish leadership. In tourism term, we call it local champion. And then the 5th one is prepare and develop community organization. Okay, we'll see a little bit. We try to understand. Yes. The first one is the step 1, identify potential location and community. So at least we have 2 very early stage. Yes. We have 2 things to do. The first one is spatial analysis. Of course, maybe at the beginning, we already know what is the condition of the spatial analysis. Like, let's say, we are already understand about the geopark or geoheritage or geotourism area. We already know that. But what is we have to understand in the perspective of planning, spatial planning or regional planning, we see the spatial interaction. Means spatial interaction means this area are close to which area? What city? What region? Because this is that will determine how it is a connection, right? The network between the region and the area and the bigger region, right? So from that, we understand geographically. We understand the spatial pattern. It is highly area, or this is like it is the virgin area, let's say. This is spatial pattern we have to understand, because with this kind of understanding led us to design, to plan in details in terms of infrastructure, the connection with the infrastructure is with what will support the area. This is the first one. Okay, about the geographical, spatial, right, physical one. And the second one, yes, that is a community and social analysis. Means here we try to understand, have to understand the social inventory here. We understand who are living there. How about the quality? How about the quality of life, let's say, the level of education, the manpower who are living there. We have to understand the basic culture, basic local livelihood, right? Basic income. They are either they are farmer or a fisherman, or they are living based on the minerals or material from the geopark, you see. Yes, sometimes this happen in many places in Indonesia, I think, yeah, in many regions, like in Garut, like in Yogyakarta, some they took the sands, right, for the building materials. That's kind of thing that you have to understand at the beginning, right? Belief toward nature and culture. So what they are believed toward the nature, how they are see, how they are perceive the nature and the culture. Because this is will lead us how to plan, of course, yeah. Because they are living together with the area, living together with the physical condition there. So this is very important to understand. Okay, then this is like an example how this is based on my work, yes, my research work about how we are doing like inventory, yes, social inventory to the community, yes. This is an example, yes, resource and situational inventory of Ngelanggeran village in Yogyakarta, Gunung Kidul, Yogyakarta. Okay, and now we move to the second step. Yes, assess community needs and readiness for tourism. We are assume when we are going to the second steps, mean they are really ready to accept tourism. Means they open their doors to us, to outsider, to people from outside, to the tourists, to the activists like us, right? Okay, what we are doing here, situational analysis, so cover the following. What does the community expect from gains from the CBT? We try to understand, actually, they accept tourism, but in depth, from the bottom of their heart, right? What actually they want? What does the community expect to gain from the tourism activity, from CBT you are going to propose, right? The second one is determine community values, attitude, yeah, aspirationals, aspiration, and concern. Of course, this is in general we did in the first step, right? So now related specifically to tourism. Let's say we are asking them about how the meaning of value of the culture of the religion, let's say. And then identify the labor force needed for tourism, right? At the beginning, we already know what is the labor force in the region, in the area, in the villages. But now we are focusing more into really they want to join tourism. They work in tourism side, in tourism sector. If the tourism, if we are established the, what we say, Geopark there, right? So we are trying to understand that. Okay. Asking, of course, when we are here, asking the right question. Why tourism? Right? Why a tourism? Where they will positioning tourism? Yes, compared to the existing labor force, the work they are doing in everyday life. Why should the community be involved in tourism? So here, asking the right question. And the second one, the second action here, determining the roles of tourism. Is tourism become an alternative source of income? Or they will change the job from let's say they'll work in the sea as a fisherman, let's say, and then because of tourism, they change their source of income, let's say. Yes, because if we see in many areas, in many villages in Indonesia, the issues is when they are long time engaging with tourism, so they left the main job. That is what happened. I really discover what these issues while in the COVID time. Yes, very difficult for them. Let's say in Lombok, in Flores, pretty difficult for them, the villages, to return back to the traditional work, like getting back to the sea, to the paddy field. It's very difficult for them because already in long time they are engaging with tourism activities, tourism business, even with small tourism businesses. So these kind of things that we have to understand, right? Okay, a tool to justify conservation effort. So what actually the position of tourism? This can be as a tool to justify the conservation effort. Can also be a turning ground for the community. Turning grounds means the way how they are learning, because tourism is interaction with many people from outside, let's say, yes. So they can, as the turning ground, the place there they are learning, okay. But it is not in terms of the formal learning, of course. Yes. Okay. And this is also asking the right question, as I mentioned before. We have to ask very details. What is the community current source of livelihood? What is their current socioeconomic condition, right? Level of employment, average income, number of poverty. What are the long-term prospects of their current source of livelihood? Yes, opportunities and threats. Are they happy with their current economic condition? Do they want change? That is the kind of question. Why tourism? Why they so tourism be the agent for change, and why not the other economic sector with little knowledge about tourism local communities are accommodating in the hope, with hope, of course, yes, the tourism will bring in a better economic benefit. Their positive view of tourism is largely influenced by outsiders. Sometimes, actually, they not really understand what will happen, what is tourism is, but because the influence from the outside, let's say from the government officials, from the NGOs, from us, let's say from the university, we try to give them understanding, and then they are being positive. But if with good understanding, that will be a threat in the future. Okay, often result in the dissatisfaction and discouragement, right? When the tourist project that the local community started are not producing the expected result. That is the problem also, right? At the beginning, they say the tourism is a very potential. It's good things will change the quality of life. But when it is going on, actually this is become a threat for them. Become not giving the benefit as they expected at the beginning. Okay. So, they were so excited at the first stage, right? But after a few years, without proper management, some of them feel bad about tourism as they could not make a living while others are getting rich. This is the problem also, right? Some get the benefit, but the others left. Yes, now, this has become the social problem. Yes, social, we call them, this is social jealousy in the community. Yes. Okay. Okay. This we should be in our mind of us. Yes, tourism should not be regarded as a panacea, or panacea, right? As obat, right? Can solve all the problem. Actually, we have to understand it's not actually, right? So be careful. Yes, careful planning and systematic implementation are necessary for it to bring about the desired positive impact, of course. Yes, the role of tourism is properly communicated. And this is important. The role of tourism should be very to deliver to the local community is very properly. Yes. Okay, especially to the different way that tourism can function. Okay. Now this is here we can see that the roles, right? The role of tourism here. The first as an alternative and lucrative source of livelihood and income. Okay, can be we position that tourism can be an alternative as a source of income for them. Yes, of course, we bring tourism not in meaning that they will change the occupation of them, the job of them. Yes, but they are still engaging with the job, yes, the existing job, and this is will get the new benefit, of course, yes. And then the second one is a tool to justify conservation effort. Okay, but tourism also can position as the conservation tools, yes, as a conservation way to the area. And then as the third one is a turning ground, as I mentioned before. Okay, so this is a small example actually. This is I refer to one of the quite popular actually the attraction in Bandung, Saung Angklung Ujo. I think this is quite a good example because it's already referred to worldwide. I think the function as the conservation, right? Conservation. What they are conserve, of course, different with the Geopark. What they are conserving here is the culture, yes, the Sunda culture about using angklung. Yeah, they're producing angklung and they play with, and then they entertaining, yes, the unique of the Sundanese art. So this is kind of the conservation effort, yes. So this can be an example, right? Okay, the next one, the third step is educate and prepare the community for tourism. Okay, we have to be bear in mind that they are joining the tourism sector with less of understanding. So, because they are already aware, they want to join, right? At the second step, they want to join the tourism. But the most important thing is to educate them, educate and prepare the community for tourism activities, right? Again, we have to do some studies, of course, some assessment, right? Conduct preliminary assessment, study trip and community to community train. Study trip and community to community study trip means that the way of learning for the local community, not as we are in the front of the screen, in the classroom, yes, with digital media sometimes, but the one way of learning is seeing, come and look at how the other place doing that. That is the approach, right? And formulating training manuals. Also, beside that, also we have to prepare the manuals. Manuals in two meanings. The first one is manual in terms of books, book, yes. And then the second one is the presence of someone who are easy to ask, right? Because they understand. So want to ask, want to discuss. Someone is there. Okay. Okay, what is the things that we can conduct the preliminary assessment here? Identifying potential tourism activities to be developed and promote, developing linkages with surrounding tourism attraction, right? So the linkages between each other, because only one village, right, with the attraction, it will not exist. Maybe one time the tourist is come, but for the second, third, it will not come. Because sometimes, because the nature, right, of the geopark, the geotourism or geotourism is far from the city center, from far from the city area, right? So it will be costly for the people will come there. If the aims only to come, the aims only to come to the one spot, it's not enough. So we are trying to understand what is the surroundings. So that is will make any attraction and activities. Organizing workshop, identifying training needs, yes, developing and conducting advanced training modules, of course, again. Okay, that is what I explained before about the study trip and community to community training. Means that, as I mentioned before, we bring them. Let's say from one village, this is we going to establish the rural or tourism village here, or CBT there. But to teach them is not really simple, but the way to bring them to another village that already run the tourism activity there. Or the other things, there's a simple example is to teach them, to give an understanding to them what is cleanliness in the room, while the room will use for the tourists, right, who will stay as an accommodation. It's quite difficult because they are not really familiar with the meaning of cleanliness. So what we can do is we bring them to the hotel. Yes, we bring them to the city, to the town, and make them stay there for a while, for one night, let's say, so they understand what is the cleanliness mean, rather than to teach them this is a cleanliness, right? That's my point. That's the idea. Okay, formulating. Okay, this is also, as I mentioned before, the manuals what they can refer, but sometimes it's not easy. Yes, but another thing is that we means by manuals is someone is there, easy for them to ask what actually they need to do, right? Or maybe in nowadays, in terms of digital era, yes, maybe we provide like the videos, the how to do. That's we can regard it as manuals. Okay. And then the fourth one is identify and establish leadership and local champion. This is really important. I think this one of the among these 10 steps. Maybe if I can propose, this is the first one is the most important one. The local leaders, right? The local champion we call it. In tourism area or in tourism sector, we are quite familiar with the term local champion. Yep. The success of CBT project is essentially depend on leadership and organization. Yes, correct. Yes, that's pretty sure, of course. Okay. Government agencies or NGO often act as a project initiator, even like us, like as a project initiator. But for the long term, viability of such project depends on the sense of ownership, sense of belonging, and buy-in from the local community. So therefore, the local champion should come from the local community. We cannot import them. We cannot bring them from outside and bring them and establish them there. But it's quite difficult. But now we try to find them. That's when we call it identify and establishing. Means that to identify who are potentially and establishing it means we are going to teach them. Okay. Central to the continuous support from the community is the presence of strong leaders who are commands respect, means that who are the person who are getting respect from the surroundings, right? Okay. This is also we can see because there is two types of CBT. Yes, two types. The first one is we are start from the beginning, and the second one is maybe they are already run. Actually, there is someone there. Okay, okay. The leader can be government-appointed project manager, a dedicated volunteer hired by the NGO, or a self-appointed spokesperson for the community. Yes, this can be, but it is rarely we can find this is who are dedicated for this one, right? Job title or designation of the leaders is not important compared to the commitment. Okay, not the title as a leader there. Not that's more important, but the more important for them is the dedication, right? So we are trying to find someone who are living there and dedicate their life, of course, for these activities. The leader should be termed as the local champion, right? The leader should be termed as, we name them as local champion. Why? Because almost all the areas are driven by the local champion. Okay. Okay, this is the criteria, right? The criteria of local champion who actually, if you want someone to be a leader in that area, so we try to find as much as possible, yes, as much as possible is comply with all these criteria, even though it is not easier, of course, yes, but at least we try to find, yes, who has those of this criteria, yeah, innovative, trustworthy, visionary, passion, dedication, courage, good communicator, proactive, sensible, disciplined, yes, respectful, and this is also the attitude, never say die attitude, yes, never give up. Okay, that is the fourth, and that is the fifth one. Yeah, prepare and develop community organization. After we establish, we get the leader, right? The local champion, and then we establish the organization in the area. Prepare and develop community organization. Yes. So as we know, the area sometimes what we are going to propose sometimes is not really start from zero. Yes, we are not begin from the beginning from zero, but sometimes already exists. Sometimes maybe the number one, two, or step one, step two, step three already exists actually. Yeah. So there is different approach. Yes, there's different approach. So here we call it this is in a tourism life cycle, right? It is different between the community organization in the initial phase of CBT, of community-based development, tourism, and the community organization as a CBT in a project nature. I mean, this is already established, right? Identifying roles of the CBT organization. Yes, so this is the roles. This we will see. Leaders, or local champion establish a community organization. So who are establishing the organization? Yes, the leaders are local champion. Yes, that is capable of planning, operating, and promoting. So who are actually doing the planning, operating, and promoting? Actually, sometimes they are also cannot have not the enough ability. So needs also from outside. And then a community organization should increase every section of the community, especially women and youth. Okay, so who are involved in the organization? Should be the youth and the women's we incorporate in the organization. So as I mentioned before about the life cycle model, yes, this model actually want to say that the tourism development in each area has own path, yes, own stage, yes. At the beginning stage, of course, this is a different approach with the area with the developed or consolidation stage. I think I'll not go details into this topic, okay? Okay. Okay, of course, what we are doing if we are going to establish the organization, yes, priority on passion means that we are choosing who I will join to the group, yes, to the club, to the organization is priority on passion, yeah, voluntary system, right? Of course, yeah, and then dedication over expertise. Maybe they are someone is expert, but they are not dedicate more in terms of time, yes, in terms of ability, low barriers to entry. Okay, they can easily to enter. Don't make the barriers too hard. Yes. Then local talent focus. We are focused on who are there, the local community there. We are focused on them to incorporate or to bring them to join the organization in the board of the organization. Community organization as CBT project manager, seeking professional help without sacrificing community structure. Okay, these are different issues. So in the project, where already matured, already business is run there, already run very well, let's say. So they need more expertise in running the business, in the running the project. So we can hire actually, right, from the outside if the project was already matured. So still the example comes from the Saung Angklung Ujo, yes. So they are hiring the management professional manager, yes, from outside. The two conditions different, right? So like this, the examples how they are managed, right? Okay. Okay, another one also incorporate the woman and youth, right? Okay, youth ideal as guides, woodmen, cultural performers, yes, women enthusiasts with the hospitality, catering, housekeeping, yeah, handicraft production, yeah. And then formulating vision and realistic targets, yeah, community consensus, strategic direction, yes, impact of transparency. Okay, should be understanding together. Then this also, we should also explain, right? How they have to understand what to avoid, yeah, and nurturing an anti-handout mentality, because usually the local villager, yes, when the outsider come as a GO, let's say as a government, they are always thinking that ones comes from outside are bringing money for them. They are being paid for the activity. If we are not paid, so they will not get engaged. This is the problem, right? And this is really common happen in Indonesia in villages, in the village, right? So this is the issue also. So how to educate them to nurturing the mentality of anti-handout, we call it. Establishing a community fund, of course, yes. Okay, this is like the what we call a checklist, right? Checklist. We should read the summary from the role of CBT organization here. Yeah, we have to follow. Yeah, we have to follow it very strictly. If not, it's very hard to achieve the objective. Okay. Do I still have a time to moderator? I can continue to the next phase of my presentation. Hello.
Okay, so for the time, you have around 1 minute, 2 minutes left, Mr. Alhilal. We can give you an extra time of 5 minutes. Is that okay with you?
Okay, I will make it very very fast. Okay, at least I can show you what is the idea of the next 5 stages. The second stage, we already establishing the CBT framework, right? And now how we sustain it. I will make it short actually, yeah. How to sustain. We already established and how to make it a sustain. Okay.
Okay,
We
let's
have
let's
5
proceed.
steps. Yeah. The first one is, of course, we develop a partnership. Yeah. Partnership. And then the next one, the 7th, yeah. The step 7, adopt and integrate an approach. Yes. Step 8, plan and design quality product. And the next, the 9th one is implement and monitor the performance. Yes. And the last one is identify market demand and develop marketing strategy. Okay, actually, I have the details actually want to share with you, but maybe let's say we are talking about the partnership. So at least we have, I think, quite familiar the term of the pentahelic, let's say. Yes, or anyone you want to say that. I mean, is working together with other parties, with other agencies, right? With tourism industry, with government agencies, with universities, with NGOs, right? So how what the parties can do? Yes, you can see or NGO what they can do here. Okay, university. I think it's very good. The university is joining in this project. Very many things they can do there. Yeah, hygienic preparation of food, homestay development, health issues, sanitation and maintenance. Yes, first aid, guiding, community tourism, product development, conservation. Yes, digital literacy, and many things. Yes, I think this is a good point. With government agencies, yeah, with tourism industries. I have so many examples actually working together with tourism industries for the local villages. Because why? You see how the industry, like the hotels, established hotels, they are joining in empowering the local villages, and then they get what the benefit. Yes, each other they get benefit from the partnership. Okay, and then the seventh one, we are talking about the integrated approach. Means that how to integrate this approach we adopt, mean that we are not seeing that CBT, tourism activity in the area per se as a source of income only, but we are combining, right, with the other project. I think so many examples that we can see, yes, in terms of conservation, in terms of to diversify economic sectors, yes, means that, let's say we are talking about the economic sector, they are still working or still they are produce what they have in their village, but in the same time those product can share they can sell to the tourists, let's say, means that it's still working with the main economic activity in their area, and then they can sell. Okay. Okay, this is the eighth plan. Yes, plan and design quality product. Product meaning in tourism is not necessarily about the tangible one. Yes, the thing they can buy, they can touch, but also the arrangement, the route of activity, geo track, correct? Say this is we call a product. What they can do and they services. We can also call as product, right? Okay. Product development, yeah, destination or leisure management here. Yes, we can see the things like authenticity, education, entertainment, enjoyment, memorable, yeah, and then the interpretation and communication, service quality. Yeah, the thing is related with the product. Okay, and then okay, when we are talking about product, actually we have the example of the product inventory metric. I think you can use also this one when you are go to the field. Yes, next when we go to the field, you can use this one. You try to find what actually, yes, this is the example. You can add more actually. What are the items? What are the component or subcomponent, and then you can make the result. You evaluate. Yes, how about the quality? Yes, for each. Yeah, so this is the component. Even though you can add some, yes, with the new one, you can discuss that actually. Okay. And this is the next one, yes. Identify market demand and develop marketing strategy, of course. Okay, the main things we can do here, I think, yes, matching the product with the potential market segment, yeah. Kemudian, then understanding the channel of distribution, embracing ICT or digital media as promotional tools, yeah. We call this here digital first, yeah. I think even though in the kampung, in the villages, they have good interaction, yeah, with digital media, yeah, youth empowerment here. Okay, the next one is partnership with tour operator, establishing an in-house travel agencies, yeah, leveraging award and certification. I think it's the to get the certificate of UNESCO, also the way how to improve to get the new benefit, and this is easier, of course, for them to sell, to promote what the product they have, right? Okay, and the last one, I think is this one, yeah, about the implement and monitoring performance, yeah, how to what to get them, yes, to monitor, yeah, about the performance of the project at the whole. Means that like loop actually, yeah, we can see and review and review again to see how about the quality. So we are not a linear process, but is circular, right? To means that we can immediately resolve the problem happening, yes, without the wait into the problem is become big and disastrous. Okay, I think that's all what I can present today. Thank you very much for the time. I'm so sorry if I may take more time. And the last I give to the Mr. Hilmi as a moderator here. If you have any
Okay, thank you
questions,
very much,
fine.
Mr. Alhilal, for for the clarification. My name is Arik, Mr. Alhilal. Hilmi
Okay.
is the name of the room. Hilmi
Oh,
Panigora
sorry,
room.
sorry. Yes, yes, I'm good.
Sorry, yeah.
Yes, okay, thank
I'm
you,
sorry,
Mr.
I
Arik.
didn't introduce myself first to you. Okay, so now we open for the Q&A session to the participants in Zoom. If you want to ask a question, okay, we have a question from Eddie UGM. Can
Oh, so many questions here.
Okay, let me read you the questions. Okay. I have a case within a community organization where, in the middle of the organization's program implementation, the chairperson suddenly stepped down due to political conflicts and leadership dualism, as well as the lack of evaluation and accountability for the work results to the relevant parties. After the chairperson stepped down, no department head or deputy was willing to take on that responsibility. My question is, how can we ensure an organization remains relevant and sustainable until the end of the leadership term and continues into the next generation? Okay, you may answer the question, Mr. Ayla.
Okay, thank you very much. This is from Mr. Eddie, right? The question is, it is, I think, quite difficult question because not easy actually, because really based on the case, yes, in the field, of course, yes. So what actually, but in my point of view related to this issue, we have to, I think if we are try to find the problem, yes, based in my experience, yes, the problems usually because of the conflict of the benefits of the project. Let's say someone who are coming later, yes, get the benefit more, let's say. So this is really potential to make a conflict in the organization, on the community. Yes. So at the beginning, we should be very transparent. Yes, very transparent from the beginning. Yes. So to avoid this potential conflict. That's the first one, I think. And then the second one, yep. About the how to make sure this project is continue, right? Not because of one who stepped down because the conflict and then the project is shut down also. Of course, we don't want this kind of case. What we want is in the organization at the beginning I say that should be involved the young generation, right? The youth, yeah, to join. So they are learning. When they are learning, they follow the problem, follow the project, the process, and so forth and so on. And then suppose it is easily to join, of course. As the case, I think, as this is based on the literature, based in the literature, what is happening. One thing is really important, I think. What is happening in China, in India, when they are start to implement the project, yes, so they are trying to find, yes, they are trying to find the local youth, but they are educated in the city, in the university. They are they bring the proposal, of course, and the government gives them the budget, and and they're written back to their hometown, to the village, their village, and then develop. And if this case is established, means that with good turn to the village, it is potential future leader, and can, of course, is not easy actually, but this potential to establish a leader, right? Establish a leader, to find and identify the good leader, I think. So that is my comment actually, even though this is not the really exact answers, because it is not really perfect, I think, yes, we are fits to each issues. Okay, I think that's Mr. Arif, my response.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Is there any response from Eddie? You may turn on your microphone if you have a response. Okay, we have a thumbs up from Eddie. It seems like the answer is satisfactory. Okay, for the next question, we have Nur Aulia. You can turn on your microphone.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for your explain about geotourism, and then I know I get the insight of the real UNESCO before I applied to Jeju UNESCO and I got rejected. So this time I want to dedicate again to my thesis to Kebumen again, and then that's why I need to collaboration with a professor, especially in the expert like the geotourism and then geology, and then because before I want to um, tell you my village is tourism village like Desa Wisata Kenagayan in Kebumen, already Desa Wisata, and then no, but in Kebumen area, we still have not all Kebumen is Geopark Kebumen like UGGP, because it's like the cultural site. I live in the cultural site in Kebumen site in Ambal, obviously like Ambal, Bonorowo, and then Bulus Pesantren, and then my question, how I'm youth general from Kebumen, and then I'm youth of Kebumen city, like how we like to stable the next year after we got the certificate from Paris, how I can to impact, and then what the real action I can do as a young generation from Kebumen as a youth forum, and then how I can to follow the guideline, and so I can be the right thesis, and then the research be better, and then I will can be impact to Kebumen city. It's my question. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I can answer, Mr. Arif?
Yes, yes. You can
Okay.
answer.
Thank you, Nur Aulia. Nur Aulia, yeah. Very good question. You are very enthusiastic, yes, to develop, yes, your hometown, yeah. Yes, yes, because my topic now is I'm talking about tourism planning, and I'm talking also about the community-based tourism as one of the approach. Yes, I think it's so many approach that we can do, but this is what I proposed. I think it's most important in my perspective, how to make sure the local community are involved. Yes, to make sure the local community are involved in the project, involved in the area. Yes, don't let them just looking from outside, right? Because they're not joined directly. So what my proposals to you, if you want, actually, so establish CBT in area, or do those 10 process, you can do it in village, yes, in the community. So this is the way how to make sure the local community and the sustainability of the area. Okay. If the
Okay.
local community get direct benefit from this is big name of Geopark and the UNESCO, the local community will they'll protect the area, right? They will do the best, of course, to the area. Yep. All will contribute because they got the benefit. Yes, even though we have to tell them the benefit is not indirect. Yes, but the benefit may be in few next time. Yes, not directly because of the project is exists and then you get benefit. No, but you have to join first. You have to sacrifice at the beginning, and the names will come in the future. And then that's my suggestion, my proposals to you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there any response from Nur Alia?
Yeah, thank you so much. It's helped me so much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Nur Alia and Mr. Alhilal for the answer. Okay, is there any other participants in the Zoom who want to ask a question to Mr. Alhilal? If not, I want to ask a question myself. Okay, it seems like there are no other questions from the participants. So, Mr. Alhilal, thank you very much for your presentation. I noted a few things from your presentation, and I would like to ask about step 4, if I'm not mistaken, about the local talent. I see that talent is a key component for us to develop and plan tourism or geopark in this context. Like, what is the best method there is to gather these local talents? As I think this is quite a hard step to do, because talent is usually hidden, hidden in the community. Do we look for the best institution or we do it sporadically throughout the area? Yeah, I think that's my question first. The best way to gather local talent.
Okay, thank you for the question, I think. Okay, I try to share again my presentation about, we call them is local champion, right? That's your question in step 4. Yes, it is challenging, really. This is really challenging to get the best talent, yes, as the leader in the community. But this is like, so what kind of things that we can do? At least at the beginning, we try to find those criteria, right? Criteria. Of course, at the beginning is from the locals, yeah, especially for the village just started the project. It means that the CBT is just started, so we need the talent is from the local, yeah, from the local people. So how can we get them? Of course, not easy, but we need time. We need more interaction. Usually, if I want to explain about this, actually, when we are talking about this is as a social project, right? As a social project. So there is two entities here. The first one is an activist. Maybe we are who are here as an activist, right? Like Nur Aulia is activist actually, right? And the second one is the beneficiaries. Beneficiaries. Who are beneficiaries? Beneficiaries is the local people, right? Who are stay in the location. So who become the leaders or local champion here? Should be from the local people. Who try to find the local people is the activist. So how to find it? Of course, it's no short time, no short answer. Yes, need time, need the person who have a passion, who are responsible, who have those criteria. This is the way we try to find it. Yes, we try to find it. We have to do that. Yes, especially for the sorry, for the area with we just start. Okay, but this will different with the area already established. Yes, they have the own fund, let's say. So maybe they have seed money to hire, right? To hire the manager from outside. But the different and difficult, of course, for the new one. So my suggestion is, at the beginning, we can say as local champion, not only a single person. Yes, not only a single person. Can be, this is like the community, a few of them, let's say 2 or 3 or 4 person as a leader. not only single. We are not really depending on a single person. I think that is what happened in the Ngelangran. If you are referred to Langran as an example, not a single person as the leader, because they are together actually. Yes, this collective and collegial approach. Yes, not a single person. I think this also seems with your the question before the first question is because a single person is a champion. So when one is stepped down, so problems to the organization. I think that is my comment, Mr. Arif.
Yeah, because I have experience.
Mhm.
I were in 2023. I went to East Sumba, and the village head themselves said that East Sumba is 30 years behind Java, although
Okay.
we are still in the same country.
Mhm.
And what differs is that the leader from that originated from Java that
Mhm.
has made the most progress. Before that leader, they were originally from Sumba itself, from the local community, and the progress has not been very great.
Mhm.
So this is one of the possibility of that. If we want to develop an area, there's a possibility that the talent itself is not developed yet, or the area is not developed yet. So I guess from your answer is that I think the fundamental needs of the area is has to be fulfilled first. Like for example, education. So
Yeah.
these local champions, the
Yep.
possibility of the local champions in the area will be many. Gitu.
Yep.
So I think that's my comment. Okay, thank you very much, Mr.
You're welcome.
Alhilal, for your answer. Okay, I have one last chance for the participants to ask a question, perhaps a final one, if there are any in this group. You can type your question in the chat box, or you can ask directly. Okay, I think that is all, Mr. Alhilal, for our Q&A session. There are no other discussion from the participants. We would like to thank you, and we would like to give you a token of appreciation for being a speaker for today's seminar. You are our third and last speaker for this pre-event seminar. Okay, can we share the screen? Okay, we have. Okay, on the count of three, we will have a documentation session. Please smile, Mr. Alhilal. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, once more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much, Mr. Alhilal. Do you have any closing statement you want to say to the participants before we end the session?
Okay, thank you very much to all the participants of this program. Hope you enjoyed the trips to Central Java. Okay, hope you get the benefit from this project, and particularly you have to see that how to incorporate the local community into the project, into the program. Okay, enjoy your trips. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alhilal, for sharing your expertise today. Okay, and can we give a round of applause to Mr. Alhilal, everybody? Okay.
Thank you.
For as we are at the end of our seminar session, we have the attendance form here will be given. Okay, to everyone in the Zoom meeting or in the Hilmi Panigoro room, you can fill the attendance form to get your e-certificate. You can scan the QR code or just type the link bit.ly attendance form webinar summer school. Okay, you will have time. We'll give you time to scan the QR code.
Okay, thank you. Can I leave the room?
Yes, Mr.
Okay, thank
Alhilal.
you very much.
Thank you very much
Okay, see you all.
for your time. See you. Okay, we extend our foremost gratitude to all speakers and participants who have joined us in person or virtually today. We hope you had a great time and experience in today's seminar. But before we end this seminar, we would like to have a documentation session. So for all of the participants who's in the Zoom meeting, can you please turn on your camera? We will have a documentation session for all the participants, and all from the Hilmi Panigoro room, can you go to the front here? We will have an offline and online documentation session here. Okay. Okay. Sini, 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 sini. Cepat, cepat. Okay, for the first slide. Okay, wait. Okay. For the first slide in 3, 2, 1. Again, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. For the second slide. Second slide, please. Okay. The next saja. Apa? Okay, second slide. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. You may enjoy the rest of your day, and we would like to see you in Kebumen on Wednesday, May 6, 2026. Once again, we thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi